Hello, welcome on my presentation, how to fix all linter errors on your wiki. I am PMG. Basically, I have the highest number of edits on Polish Wikipedia, and I was main for build that was supporting the fixing of linter errors on Polish Wikipedia. So, what's static analysis and what are linter errors? Because that's like no one knows what's going on. But you all know what's going on. Because if you are looking at it, even if it's MediaWiki table and even it's in Polish, you already, something is not okay for you. Someone in the first row didn't close the bolt and on the second row didn't open the bolt. Or in the second line, someone opened the italics but didn't close italic. So thank you very much. You done your first aware static analysis of the code. You are just using patterns to recognize that something is not okay. So, example, in Polish language, we are using the italics to give the names of the movies. So, every here it's like italic and then description what was going on. But here, it's italic, someone opened it, but didn't close it, and the whole line is in italic. So that's that real life example of the why it's bad to have linter errors. And our friends from Wikimania Foundation prepare a list of such errors, so you can go and fix, like you are aware how to do this, where to click to gather this information. There are 3 levels of priorities, so I will show you them. Basically, highest level of priority, I don't know how to fix them. Because basically there are like here, table tag should be deleted. When I am looking at it, basically I have no idea what's going on, because that's like MediaWiki table inside of the HTML tables or something like this. So I believe that there are more knowledge people on your Wikipedia than you. You trust them, they will fix it. Usually it's not so many of them. And someone who knows how to fix it, he can fix it in a very fast way. There is medium level, and usually it's something like this. So for example, bogus file options, someone just make a letter error in the file option or something like this. Instead of left, he used like up or something like this. When it comes to misnested tags, it's situation like this. And it should be like this. This is connected how the HTML works, like small tags should be only used on the inline. More or less, this is the quite on the level of you need to know a little more about HTML, but if you know, it's quite easy to fix. And links in links. This is very common error on many Wikipedias. So, for example, here, you have opened the external link, you have the link, and then word, and then internal link. So both you want to have external link to some page outside of Wikipedia and internal link to Wikipedia. So what should do the MediaWiki? Like that's the issue. MediaWiki is trying to handle it in some way, but this is not the code is not correct, not what MediaWiki is trying to do with it. And of course, there is like the biggest number of errors. It's the low priority. So that's where all of this, I opened it bold but didn't close it, or I didn't open it but I am closing it. And there are this other. Basically, HTML is changing it. So MediaWiki is handling it for 20 years. So there are situations that MediaWiki is handling it, but we should remove them from the code. Usually this is done by bots. So for example, when you have strike tags, you change it to S or font, it should be span or something like this. This is usually done by bots. And in the last half a year, it was introduced, the foundation is introducing the dark mode. And there are different problems connected to this. So in this group, they are gathered, so you can fix them. The other, let's just say, the other issues is something that you can focus at the end of the process. So, what you should focus first as a namespace? Always try to focus on the templates. Because basically, if you have error in the template, you have the same error on every page that template is used. So if you have info box that is on 5,000 pages, you have 5,000 errors. One fix on one page, on one template page will fix all of them. Then you can move to categories, because usually there is not so much content. There is not like complicated stuff and so on. So usually it's easy to fix, and quite fast you can clear the whole namespace. Then, of course, you can move to main namespace, because that's what end users are like reading. Yeah, that's why Wikipedia is there, to show them the content. And there is really like monumental number of edits. Later I will show that there are, like on Polish Wikipedia, there were millions of errors. And then one important stuff, you are teaching Wikipedians. So you need to have correct like pages, like to train people in a correct way. Because if you have error on the training materials, basically it will be always returning back to the main namespace. And then rest non-content spaces like wiki portals, wiki projects, everything. Discussion of wiki project. Signatures. There is one big problem with users, with you, my dear Wikipedians. Foundation gave you the option to modify your signature, and you use it. And of course, you didn't know that you use it in the wrong way. And then you went, and for last 20 years, you were discussing, and every time when you put the 4 tildes, you made an error. So basically, there is like, how many times you were in discussion? And every time, it is possible that 20 years ago, when you didn't know anything about MediaWiki, you made an error. So fixing it on Polish Wikipedia, basically, one operator bot made 200,000 edits in 1 week, just fixing the signatures. So to prevent such situation on your Wikipedia, you can use something that Foundation introduced, and we use on Polish Wikipedia. Here you have the fabricator. So basically, you are changing 2 WG variables. First, okay, we accept that such errors, and then on the second, if someone is changing the signature, then it needs to like be compliant to MediaWiki rules. You can still sign with incorrect, but nice people should come to you and ask you, hey, please change it, because basically it's not correct. And how to create real community. So first, start speaking with the technical people. I know that technical people don't want to speak with you, but you need to start speaking with them and convince them that, hey, this is really important. I will be the person who will be fixing it. And this is the place that, for example, I showed you the issue with MediaWiki table. I have no idea how to fix it, but I have 2 choices. One, sit half an hour and trying to analyze it, or in the same half an hour, fix like 100 errors with the bold, italics, and so on. So I'm just giving them link. Okay, guys, please fix it. I will focus on something else. That's the trade-off that we did quite common on Polish Wikipedia. And something that on Polish Wikipedia you can go to this page. We on the left there are all of kinds of errors, and on the right you have namespaces. So total, article, template, category. So you can use just click. I want to fix all the issues connected to unclosed tags on, let's just say, template namespace. Instead of like selecting all of the drop-downs, basically you have one page. It's every week we have a bot who's updating it. So I have data for last 5 years, how we are able to fix it and so on. And always you have, okay, this is the place that I am going to, instead of, okay, we have special page, but this is more user-friendly, and then you are trying to build community on this. So what kind of people you need? Because you are alone, and if there is like million of error, you will not be able to fix it. So first, bot operator. As I told, someone took one reference and put it in 500 pages. Always the same string of characters, always the same error. You can fix it by hand, but it made much more sense to just give it, hey, please, bot operator, go fix this, everything is fine, and I can focus on something else. Or there is old version of infobox, and there was like half of the infoboxes have parameter, half of the infoboxes doesn't have parameters, or something like this. Or this signature that I mentioned before. Second, sniper. The MediaWiki tables are like my pain, and I put like half a year to try to understand it, and I still don't understand it. But, for example, such situation. Parameter, you have infobox, and you are trying to put infobox on the page. So you have parameter equals open bold, value, close bold. Looks fine, yeah? But what if the field is empty? You have 1, 2, 3, okay, that's fine for MediaWiki, but then you have 4, 5. So MediaWiki is thinking, hey, there is no value, so there is nothing here, so I have 5 characters, so which means that it's bolded and italic, and what's there? Then there is this one character. Okay, so I am making it bolded and italic. So end of story is you have such strange character that it's somewhere in the page and you are looking at it. I didn't put it, but it's here. That's because there is like infobox is incorrectly created. And basically you are looking at it, you don't know, there is no place to look at it. I don't have experience so much with editing of templates, but there are people on Polish Wikipedia that know how to do this. So basically I am telling them, hey, I see this problem. I know that this is error with empty fields. Please fix it. And I'm just going to other stuff. Or something like here. Like MSZ probably was the person. Like he changed span to div. I have no idea what's going on. But linter error is not present there. So I am happy. Like my goal was to clear all the linter errors. He fixed it. Everything is OK. So I want to show you that people with different level of knowledge are useful, because let's just say the most technical person on your wiki will not want to go and fix 100,000 of unclosed, bold, or italic, or something like this. And sometimes you don't know how to fix such stuff. So that's why you need a lot of different people. And you need a bulldozer, because there will be like thousands upon thousands of not closed italics. So which tools it's nice to use? When you're looking at this, can you spot the error? Because basically this is the HTML something that it's in Polish and it's like with clear HTML and so on. But here, when you see the span here and OK, and there is second span, someone didn't close the span. Do you see the power of colors? So that's why it's useful to use the any highlight power. And on Polish Wikipedia, we have a script that basically showed you when you go to edit mode, you can skip between all of the linter errors on this page. So basically, if there will be like 20 links in links and 20 misnested tags and something like this, you can jump between them. I had a problem because we clear the linter errors. So I didn't have article with so many errors, so that's why I have only 2. But as you can see, you have the cursors, and if you press here, it will move you to other place. You can copy the script, or on the meta page about linter errors, there are also other scripts, so you can use them. A couple experience from Polish Wikipedia. We started in 2010, December 2010. And as you can see on the first row, like we had like 700,000 of unclosed tags and a lot of other stuff. So it was looking like this. In 6 years, 5 years, we went to 0. All namespaces. But I want to show you, like, for example, misnesnekta. after first 3 months, when we focus on the templates, number of errors dropped like a lot. That's the power of fixing the templates. So that's why you should focus on the templates. And here, like, hey, why number of errors like increase so much? Answer is we fix all other errors. So these errors start showing, because if you have like issue with the table, all the misnested tags which are inside of it are not shown, because the high level is more important. So that's why, because we were fixing other errors, number of errors in this area started to increase. And yeah, so with the missing end tags, it took us 5 years to clear the whole Wikipedia. Polish Wikipedia have like 1.6 million of articles, something like this. So it's in the top, it's 10th. Like since 2 weeks ago, it's back on the 10th position. What are the other issues? This is like, I don't remember how many of you remember, but we had wiki portals. And old implementation of portals allows something like this, that on the header, you open div, then there are like sub-pages that are included on the page, and then in the footer, you close the div. Current implementation works like this. Okay, you open the div, but this is the end of the header, so I will try to put end of the div here. So basically, instead of this, you have 2 linter errors, and MediaWiki is trying to handle what's going on. So in such situation, you need to put a little more effort to understand what's going on. And people can ask you, hey, why are you fixing portals? Because I want to clear all the issues. It's much faster if you have a 0 and then once per week came and fix all errors, or instead of, okay, how many of this should I fix or not? Just fix all of them and then don't care about it. Moral issues. If there is someone in your discussion wrote the text and this is incorrect, should you fix it or not? This guy didn't have the experience with MediaWiki and he didn't know how to close the tags or not. Like we made this decision that in the best, like from a technical point of view, we want to fix it, but of course we respect what person wanted to tell. So for example, sometimes we use like code tags just to, like someone intended to use incorrect code. So we use the code as an example. Or errors on the user page. Wikipedians love editing a lot, but no one's like when someone is editing your user page. So that's something that, that the experience from Polish and German Wikipedias, that first, inform your community that there will be something like this, that, hey, we will be fixing even the user pages. And we try to treat you with respect. But if you have like errors for last 20 years, it would be really nice if we will fix it. And second, use float flag, which is like the technical solution provided by MediaWiki, that you are user, but you have flag of bot, let's just say. On the watch list, you are, your edits are as shown as a bot edits. Because if you will make, like, you will come to my user page and fix all of my sandboxes and so on, I will get like 50 information, hey, someone changed your page. So in such a way, it's more user-friendly. And there are situations that the best solution is remove it. This is the old, like 2005 way of creating the templates. And inside of this is like HTML bullshit. Either change it to navigation template or just remove it. Because like there is million errors, it's not working on mobile, it's not working on tablets. Trust me, like the best solution is to remove such templates. And I want to tell you, at the end, I want to tell you a story about ski jumpers on Polish Wikipedia and why I hate ski jumpers. Polish Wikipedia have the highest number of articles about ski jumpers. Like basically everyone who is encyclopedic, we have it. We had like 5 users that for 5 years were creating the ski jumpers, ski jumpers, ski jumpers. On every page there was like this table with all like jumps that they had. And the legend have the error. And it was not consistent, so it was not possible to fix it by bot. So I went to all 5,000 of articles about ski jumpers, and I need to fix such thing by hand. I hate ski jumpers. So current status. Polish Wikipedia, as you can see, we clear it. Of course, we have something connected to the background, and we are finishing the obsolete HTML tags, but basically this is something that done by bots and technical stuff. Like in my eyes, it's done. And the same situation on German Wikipedia. They have also this background issues, but that's something new. English Wikipedia and French Wikipedia, as far as I understand, they cleared the main namespace. So there is a lot of issues in other namespaces, but when I checked the number of errors in main namespace, it was fixed. I was really surprised that, for example, English Wikipedia was being able to handle such number of errors. Of course, there are also errors on commons and Wikidata. That's also the all sister projects. So Wikisource, Wikiquotes. There is also this functionality, so you can fix it. And Spanish and Portugal Wikipedia, like there is room to improve, let's just say. Questions?
I think it's maybe the biggest problem, the background colors. At least if the error is not made by the community, but by the Wikimedia Wiki programmers. We have it with a cartographer, and we have several times called a map link, and they made a symbol with a background color, and the foreground color is set by a style sheet. So, and but we cannot change the code of the cartographer. So, and we have at German Wiki Voyage, we have about 200,000 such errors, and there are so much that we cannot see the problems which is done by the community.
Yeah, so there is this extension named cartographer, which basically shows the maps, and there is error inside of the MediaWiki extension. So that's why, like, from the level of article, you cannot fix it. Other questions?
Have you been using AutoWiki browser for correcting this?
No,
errors?
I am aware that it is, but basically I am faster with the, like, I am using like, I am opening 100 tabs and then I am fixing all of them and then I am closing 100 tabs. So let's just say I'm industry level editor without AutoWiki browser.
If you allow me, I just add that AutoWiki browser, if someone is using it, it has the option to put in the number of the linter error, and then it will give you the list of the pages with this error. So it helps. If you like to use that tool, it can also do this. But if you're quicker with tabs, then good for you.
Thank you. Great job. But I'm wondering about the reaction of the community. Like, apart from the very tiny number of people who actually cared from the beginning, was it your experience that more people actually started caring and helping out?
Yes, because basically at the beginning it was me. When I showed you the table at the beginning, that was a table that basically I created by hand. Yeah, and then new people start coming, so that's why the table from Malash was visible and so on. So at the beginning, like in 2018, that was basically my job, and then I started giving such presentation as here. Basically, at the end, there was like 10, 15 people that were focused on this. And some of them even made more edits than me. So yeah, basically, it's very addictive. It's a lot of edits, so everyone with like high number of edits wants to have more edits and so on. So if I can do like 10,000 of edits fixing with the such situation, kicking and screaming, I will do them just to like, I will make your life better because just I want to have higher number of edits. Yes. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
Hello? Oh, cool. Magical. All right. Sorry that we're starting a little bit late. We had some technical difficulties, which I'll get to in a second in the slides. Classic for a presentation. Yeah, so hi, I'm Chris. I'm a senior product manager with the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm here with Shimon, who's a lead movement communication specialist. He's also on the core organizing team of Wikimania, so please thank him and give him some appreciation when you get a chance. Yeah, he's not coming from very far, just a few hours, but he let me know that he is feeling jet lagged nonetheless, which is totally understandable. I am coming from a little bit further. I just got in last night in time for the opening ceremony, so I am very jet lagged. Oh, hi, Sidon. Yeah, I am quite jet lagged. It's 4:30 in the morning for me, so please bear with me. Yeah, so we're here to talk about charts. Which is the successor to graphs. I realize that maybe not everyone in the room knows what any of this means, so we are going to talk about that in a second. But it's a new tool that we're building for data visualization on the wikis. So here's the agenda. It was going to be very short. Provide a bit of context. I was going to do a live demo and then talk about where we're going from here and leave some time for Q&A. Unfortunately, I can't do the live demo. The demo is working. I don't have access to a laptop up here, and there's actually no way to configure that, which is my fault for not realizing that that wasn't going to be possible. So I just crammed in a few more slides 2 minutes ago to try to represent that. But the demo is available. I didn't include a link, but I'll include a link after for you to find that in the session program notes. Or you can find me later. So if there's not enough time for Q&A, because I'm running a little bit behind, I'm going to be at one of the tables in the foyer. I can't remember exactly where that is, but there's going to be a few product and technology tables over the lunch hour starting today through the end of the conference. I'm going to be there, so if you want to see the demo there on my laptop, or I can help you get it set up on yours, then please follow up on that, because yeah, that was going to be a big part of this, but unfortunately it's not possible. So plans change, that's fine. We can adapt. Yeah, so I can't really talk about the charts part yet without talking first about graphs, and it was in the title anyways. Charts is a successor to graphs. And when I'm talking about graphs, I'm talking about things like this. So these are real-life examples of graphs that are pulled from various Wikipedias. Those of you who have been following closely will know that the graph extension, which was used to create this, is not available on production wikis anymore. But you can actually recreate them in a special hacky way on beta. So if you want to know how to do that, also come find me. I can show you. It's a little bit complicated, but you can get these working. So these are real examples that I've been able to pull from just a few weeks ago. And as you can see, these are a way to visualize data on the wikis. And what makes this powerful and kind of different from just going into a spreadsheet software and creating something, uploading the image to Commons, and then pulling it into an article. I'm talking too fast for transcription, I'm realizing. What makes this different is that it's editable, like other types of content. So you can edit the configuration of the graph, you can edit the data itself, where the data is coming from, come from a number of different data sources, like from Commons, or from Wikidata Query Service, or just inline directly in an article. And we lost it. But yeah, these, oh, what happened? We're restarting. It's okay.
Must have overheated.
Yes. Too excited about the graphs. I'll keep talking just to give, oh. Okay, I'll keep talking anyways in case. If it goes blank, just follow along to what I'm saying. This was exciting enough for editors that hundreds of thousands of graphs were added to Wikipedia articles over the roughly 10 years that the extension was available. And the software that powered the graph extension was pretty capable, so you're able, if you wanted, to create some very complex and very interactive graphs. But what we found is that when looking at the graphs that were actually on Wiki, most of them were pretty simple, and they were actually created using a small number of templates that were kind of copy and pasted across different wikis, and those templates generate pretty basic visualizations like the ones that you see here. So let's look at a specific example. Again, this is from a real article, the demographics of Estonia article on English Wikipedia. This is what the graph would look like. It's a population change over time. This is what the Wikitext code looks like to generate it. So it's using a template called chart. And you can see, I know this is hard to read, but it's OK. You just need to get the gist of it, which is the top half of the slide is configuring the graph, and the bottom half is the data that's actually powering this graph here. So you can see that the data is all in line. Maybe this is very familiar for an editor who's constantly editing with these types of templates. For someone just scrolling through this article, maybe making an edit somewhere else, this might be a little bit daunting, kind of a thing that you don't want to touch too much. And yeah, so instead of seeing this right now, as I mentioned earlier, the extension is no longer available in production wikis. You're going to see something like this if you actually go to that article. Depending on which wiki you're on, this might look a little bit different, or it might not show up at all. But yeah, the extension, unfortunately, there was a security vulnerability. It was turned off last year. When we were trying to get the extension enabled again, we discovered that there were some flaws in the design of the extension that made it so that we couldn't get it working to our current standards of software security and sustainability. So it's been disabled. We are going to do something about it, though. So recapping quickly, graphs were a pretty flexible way to visualize data on the wikis. They're editable like other types of content. That's what made them unique. They could be added on their own, but most of them were added using templates. And some of them had some interactivity, but most of the templated ones were pretty simple on interactivity. And what I mean by that is like hover states or the ability to just highlight one series instead of all the series, stuff like that. OK, so let's talk about charts. So there is a focus this year from the Foundation to make Wikipedia a destination for a new generation of readers to discover, engage, and building a lasting connection with encyclopedic content. And there's a whole session dedicated to that on Saturday, I think a big workshop. So if you're interested in that and what that looks like in the future, then I encourage you to go to that workshop. But we also recognize that graphs were a valuable role in this, and they've been missing. So it's something that we want to bring back, and we want to learn from and improve on. And that's where charts come in. So the project is about enhancing encyclopedic content through data visualization, which is a bunch of the stuff that I already showed you with graphs. But more importantly, it's a new way to create data visualization on the projects. And this chart project, I'm saying project a lot, is going to span about the first 6 months of the fiscal year, so running through the end of this calendar year, end of December. And we want to get to a point where editors will be able to start converting like visualizations that were created with the graph extension and move them over to charts or start creating new charts using the system. And this slide is very familiar. We're kind of looking at a similar one just a minute ago for graphs. So charts are also a flexible way to visualize data on the wikis. They will also be editable like any other type of content. You'll be able to add them using a parser tag, not a template, and we'll talk about why. And they'll be interactive ready. And the reason I say that is it won't be very complex interaction from the beginning, but we're designing it in a way that can be layered in later. And there will still be some basic interactivity like hover states and stuff like that included from the beginning. But we said we also wanted to learn from graphs. And one of the challenges with graphs is that they were not easy to share across wikis. Because they were mostly created through templates, and actually a lot of them had their data inlined in the article, so it's challenging to even share that between articles. So one of our goals is to make them easily shared across wikis, obviously with the security vulnerability being the reason that graphs were turned off. We want charts to be secure by design, and in making them accessible across different projects, they need to be translatable. And we also think there's an opportunity to have charts meet our current standards for accessibility as well. Here's where I do the demo, or not. So yeah, I crammed in these slides to cover sort of what I was going to cover in the demo. What I was going to cover was creating a chart and then including it in an article. So I have some screenshots of that instead. But again, like, come find me if you want to see a working demo. There were a bunch of engineers who worked really hard over the last few weeks to get the demo working. And so I'm sorry that we won't be able to show that. Okay, so here's an example of what a chart looks like. Looks pretty similar to a graph. This is the 1993 election polling, Canadian federal election polling. You'll see it's this would be working in a live demo, and you can see we have multiple series. It's a simple line chart. This is what we worked on to create a quick prototype over the last few weeks to be able to demo something here. Okay. Here's what it looks like to create that graph. And the way you would specify this is actually in the data namespace. We're going to have these charts live on commons. So the data namespace, you'll be able to create a page with the .chart extension, and you'll be able to define the chart there and see a preview of it on commons. Let me go back for a second. You'll also be able to specify. There's a hand already?
Usually those charts are generated using local regressions. Is it possible to embed it into the code so that it generates in that way?
Could you save that question for the end?
Yeah, usually when you plot data
could you save the question for the end?
Okay.
Sorry, yeah. Just because I'm trying to. Thank you though, but we'll get that at the end. So this is what the definition looks like on commons, and here's what it would look like to actually embed it in an article. So you would just have this short piece of wiki text that calls the chart from commons, and you would be able to do this from any wiki that is plugged into commons, and it would automatically be available in the language of that wiki, assuming that it was translated properly. So this, we think, is a big improvement in being able to have these charts in more places. And if you're an editor who's really interested in creating the charts, there's a place for you to go and do that. And if you're an editor who just wants to enhance an article with a chart, but you don't have the data to build one or the expertise to create one, then you can find one on Commons and just bring it in. So the prototype is working and is pretty cool, but there's still a lot for us to do to get to all the things that I said charts would do. One of the first things is data filtering. So I wasn't able to show what the data set was that I was using, but it's a tabular data set from Commons. And right now with the prototype, it's either all or nothing. Everything from the data set or nothing at all. And we want to be able to pluck out like specific columns or ranges from a data set to be able to use in a chart, so you don't have to keep creating different data sets for specific purposes. And then customization. Those, maybe the Canadians in the audience will know that these are not the right colors necessarily for these political parties. And sometimes color carries meaning, especially when visualizing stuff like this. So the ability to customize the chart further and amongst other things that I'm listing here. One of the things that we're really interested in learning from you all is what type of data you want to visualize and where that data lives. So if you have ideas or suggestions about that, please come talk to me after or mention it in the Q&A. We have some pretty aggressive milestones. So we have our prototype up. We only started working on the project at the beginning of July. So we're moving pretty quickly. We're hoping to have a beta deployment this month. We're hoping to be production ready next month. Production ready, not in production, because we're not exactly sure yet when it's going to launch in production, but we want to be ready to do that. These are very quick or like aggressive timelines in Wikimedia development. And then, yeah, for the rest of the time and really throughout, we're going to be iterating on the extension itself, the data sources, the different chart types that are available, and importantly, we want to find a way to make it easy to transition from the graph extension to the chart extension. So we're going to be working on that as well. Here are the people behind the project. We have a really talented group, and I just want to thank Rowan, Brooke, and Katie in particular. Like I said, they worked really hard to get a prototype up and running for Wikimania, and unfortunately we can't demo it right now, but I do really thank them for their work on that. And yeah, so recapping what we talked about here. So charts will be a more new sustainable and secure way to visualize data on the wikis. We hope to have a version deployed soon so that you can play with it yourself. And we hope that it's going to be even more successful than graphs already were. I know we can't do that on our own, and that's really only going to be possible with your help. So I do have a few asks. Please share with us anything that you want to be able to visualize on the projects. Very specific examples would be really helpful. If you created anything with the old graph extension, show me that, and we'll try to get it working in beta, look at it together, see if we're going to be able to do the same thing in charts. Talk to me about your data workflow. So the data that's used to power those charts, where does it come from? Where does it live on the projects, if at all? And then just in general, follow us along on Wiki and on Fabricator. I'll leave these links. I'll put a third link, which is the actual demo after, and I think everyone has access to these slides. And that's it. I think we're pretty good for time. Okay. We'll start with this question because you asked it earlier.
Yeah, I'll try to do it slowly.
Okay.
Usually those charts with high frequency data are generated using local regressions. And I've already seen such charts on some pages on the English Wikipedia.
Okay.
Is it possible to generate it, like to embed into the code? Or this is not included in this first stage of development?
So what is currently doing those regressions, if I can ask? Oh, he lost the mic. I'm just asking a follow-up, yeah.
So basically you run a regression in order to generate the chart line. So
Okay.
is it possible to include such mathematical expressions into the code so that it generates like a smoothened line?
Right, okay. So I can't answer that. I'm not totally sure. I think we'd have to look at specific examples, but the way the chart extension is being built is the actual chart type. So like a line chart, a bar chart, those are going to be defined as like standalone pieces within the chart extension, and anyone will be able to add to that code in order to make it do different things like maybe adding in regression. So that's not really something we're focused on right now, but it's something that could definitely be added.
Yeah, so basically you're doing something which simply plots data in order to create a chart, right? At the
Yeah,
beginning.
and there will be basic filtering on the data set, which is what I was mentioning earlier, like being able to pull specific columns or ranges from an existing data set. Right now, what's not in scope is doing additional transformations on the data before rendering it, which I think is what you're asking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
There are so many hands. Someone in the back there.
Yeah, hello. I'm much worried about backward compatibility because there are thousands, if not millions, of pages that were using graphs, and it would be much easier for everyone if the code that was written before to embed graphs into the pages would now work to embed charts, because I am not eager to rewrite all those thousands of graphs that I had added to Wikipedia manually. Are you planning to do something in that direction?
Yeah, so when we were first starting the project, we were looking at ways to make it automatically backwards compatible and leveraging the existing templates, and we found that that was going to be challenging and not, it would prevent us from meeting some of the goals that we want, like being able to share it across projects easily. But we're open to ideas on this, and we are going to look at ways to automatically transition at least some of the graphs that are using the templates. Those templates have pretty set like parameters and expected inputs, so we might be able to automate the transition of some of those to charts. Please come talk to me after and show me the types of graphs that you've created, and we'll see if we can find a way to automate that. It's not on. I can hear you from. Oh,
Okay.
now it's on.
Can you mention just the intended types of charts that you're
Yeah.
thinking about, and is maps among them?
Okay, so maps is an interesting one, but in terms of the types, like very basic visualization types, so line charts, bar charts, pie charts, stuff like that. Single series or multi-series area charts. Maps currently is something that we do want to get around to. Given the time that we have on the project this year, we may pursue maps, or we may delay maps and pursue other data sources instead. So for now, maps is the plan, but I can't guarantee that for sure. The software that we're using to power charts does support maps, and we are hoping to be able to create that. Anyone, like any technical contributor who wants to add something like maps will be able to do that pretty easily, though.
I have a question here, and then I go.
Thank you. You showed an example where the data source is the data namespace in Wikimedia Commons.
Yep.
Will we be also able to use Wikidata as a data source?
So that's one of the things that we want to explore. The graph extension did allow you to plug into WDQS. And we've already received a lot of feedback that that is potentially something really important. And as I was looking at some of the examples of graphs, a lot of them, like, there are so many articles about airports that have passenger data that pull this, I think, from Wikidata. So yeah, it's something that we want to look at. And we're wondering if it's maybe more important to focus on supporting something like that over maps, like if we had to pick one to focus on in the beginning. Again, like, I'm seeing a lot of nodding, so maybe that is the right direction to go into. Yeah, it's not something that's baked into the prototype right now. We're designing the extension in a way that could be plugged in. Pulling from APIs could be plugged in, and it just, like, there could be various sources that are all used for the same types of charts. So yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a question also. You mentioned interactivity.
Maybe.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Is it a follow-up? No.
Yeah.
You mentioned interactivity. Is it something that you're going to add later, or will it not happen in this extension? I'm thinking especially, for example, about pie charts.
Yeah.
If you have, like, for the election, 10 parties with like 0.1% each,
Yeah.
you cannot read it without interactivity.
So again, like, the software that we're using to power charts does support layering interactivity, pretty fancy interactive graphs as well. To start, it'll be pretty basic, like, again, like being able to hover over certain things to get a little tooltip of the data, hopefully being able to drill down into a specific series as well. So if you want to pull out a section of that graph, I'd have to look into the specific example of, like, really small percentages in a pie chart, but you'll be able to customize the chart in a way that hopefully that's less of an issue. But because it's so early, like, we just have a prototype right now, I can't guarantee anything. Over there. Yeah. I'm glad.
I don't know what.
I think we'll go there. Oh, sorry. We'll come to you after. Yeah.
I was concerned about the referencing aspect of charts. At the moment on the English Wikipedia, I can't use Wikidata. I often can't use Commons. And here we're locked into Commons, aren't we? So I have to be able to explicitly provide an English Wikipedia reference for the data, or I won't be able to use it. Will I be able to do that?
That's an interesting question. I'll have to think about that one a bit more. So you're saying you need to reference the data set that the chart is using in English Wikipedia. Maybe we can talk a bit after about the challenges of making that reference work. Maybe we can have it happen automatically. You're saying sometimes you can't use the data from Commons, and I'd want to talk about that a bit more. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So currently there's like a JSON text to generate the graph, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you plan on having a GUI for that so that we don't have to go into the technical tidbits, but interactively in a pop-up or something generate the graph?
Yeah, so it's a good question. We're not certain we're going to get around to that this year. It is obviously something that could be added later. One of the advantages of kind of being in our own namespace on Commons is that we can make the interface specific to charts. And yeah, having some kind of more visual dialogue and way of configuring things where it's like toggles instead of yes, no, and text input boxes and stuff like that would be ideal. But for the very first version, we might not have that. Yeah.
Sorry, we are out of time.
We're out of
have
time.
to move to the next session. So if you want to continue the talking, you can do it outside.
Yeah, find me outside, or again, I'm an hour and a half over the lunch period. Thank you. The tables are in the foyer, I think, and I'll be at one of those tables every day for the rest of the conference. So please come find me. Thank you.
Chris, sorry.
We are live? Yes, okay. But we are not sync. Excuse me. It's working. It's working, but we don't have the backup, so. Yeah. Okay. So then you start? Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Martin Urbanec, and I'd like to welcome you to the community configuration session, where we will learn about how communities are able to change how Wikimedia projects behave on their own without needing to fill a request or something independently. I'd like to ask Benoit to introduce the speakers.
Hello. So I'm Benoit. I'm working with the growth team. I'm part of movement communication team. So I'm the go-to person for any questions you have for your community. And today we will have some guests with us because it's a roundtable and it will be very open to questions for you. So we have three guests with us. We have Sam, Olga, and Ilana. And unfortunately, we were not able to have Kirsten and Peter, but yeah, we have plenty of resources with the five of us to answer your questions. And today we will tell you more about community configuration. on the technical side. What it is, how does it work. Also, we will tell you what is deployed, what you can already configure on your wiki, but also the next steps that will be presented by our colleagues. And we will have a discussion with you all about the future of community configuration, how we can improve it, and which kind of new items and features we can configure using this new community configuration page. All right, Martin, how does it work?
Okay, so as I said in the beginning, community configuration allows communities to change aspects of how the project works. And before I tell you more, I'd like to ask how many of you did ever want to or try to make a wiki configuration change? Change your logo, add a user group, something like that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You twice. Okay.
So quite a few of people. Thank you. Does anyone want to share how was it?
Honestly, I didn't dig deeper into how to do it because there was not many tutorials around it. So.
No. Okay. So yeah, there are two kind of ways how configuration can be changed before community configuration. Most extensions just require you to file a request in Fabricator, learn how that system works, wait for someone to make the change, which sometimes takes a couple of days, sometimes takes a couple of months. It's very unpredictable.
Or years.
Or years, yeah. It's just a couple of months too. There are some other extensions that or features that have their configuration on Wiki, like citate, visual editor, and some others. But that has a couple of issues. First, it's very hard to see where that thing is, how to find it. That's the first major issue. Changing it also requires knowing how it should look like when it works, which is also not so easy. And it's also scattered all along the place on the wiki. Like one piece is there, one piece is over there. And even if you know that it's sometimes possible, it's not so easy to find what exactly is your realm of opportunities. An example is, I mentioned citate, which is the thing that we use for adding citations on wikis. And that requires you to fill in how the templates are called. So it uses the right template on adding the citation. And in each template, you need to describe how it looks like. So you need to somehow find out that you need to create like over 10 different pages with some content, and there's nothing to guide you. So even though it's technically possible, it's not really a good way to do things like that. So community configuration is a new way of doing things. This is its dashboard, and it works by showing you the individual features, the individual parts of the wiki that you can configure. You can see that each of the features has a name and has a description that tells you what it is and what will appear you when you hit that. And when you select, for example, mentorship, then a form shows up where you can easily make changes about how you want mentorship to work like. Like you want to enable it, you check or uncheck the button, and once you submit the change, it's immediately visible, immediately takes effect. You don't need to wait for anyone, so it's very much similar to how communities already decide whether to delete a page or undelete a page. Like there's a discussion among the community members, someone, usually an administrator, closes it. Decision is enacted, and the page is deleted or not. And community configuration works in the same way, except it affects all users. It affects how the project itself is working. Since everything on the wikis has a history, so that's community configuration. It tells you who made a change, what was the reason why the change was made. It's the same thing as any other wiki page would have. It's a history page that pretty much anyone already knows how to work with that, and through that you can find out what was changed, when, why, and if needed, talk about it and start a future discussion about a change. So to summarize, community configuration is a configuration platform that has a single place where you can find all of the configuration that you might need to make. It's intended to be simple to use for administrators, even non-technical ones. It's a form that guides you through the process. You can decide what you want, and you need to check or uncheck some fields, and that's it. It's a platform that's used by the community directly without the need for someone outside of it to do anything. And it's also intended as a system that's standard for the developers. So the developers can follow a single pattern to add whatever they're working on to community configuration. And thanks to that being a single pattern, everything looks the same for the community, and there aren't 10 different pages or 10 different ways of doing the same thing. Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to give you a very short tour of where community configuration is available and what is available to be configured. So at the moment we will show you some features, but the session is about community configuration. So you might have questions about the features, but yeah, we will try to cover community configuration first. So the current deployment is at all Wikipedias, and for reasons I could tell you around the drink, French Wiktionary. And all of them have access to community configuration. That's special column community configuration. So you can go to your Wikipedia and you can have a look at it, and you will see the different options being available. So at the moment, the current configuration covers growth features. And for a very simple reason, it's because the growth team built community configuration. So growth team mandate is to offer some features so that newcomers can make better first steps on the wikis. And it's possible to configure several things. So you can configure mentorship. So you can define if you want to have on-wiki mentorship, meaning that every newcomer would get a mentor when they join on-wiki. You can define who can be a mentor based on a given number of days of presence and a given number of edits. You have all the newcomer onboarding notifications that are made available as well. So it's possible to tell, to decide if you want to display different tasks. And all suggested edits offered by newcomers on the newcomer homepage, which is the first page people see when they arrive on Wiki nowadays. Everything can be defined. So you can select which kind of task they would have access to and how these tasks are selected based on maintenance templates or on machine learning based tools we offer. Yes, and we also have the help panel that is displayed within the editing experience where people can find resources about how to edit a page and how to get helped. So all these features are already configurable at special column community configuration. And if you have more questions about these, the features specifically, you can ask me or Martin about them. We will be really happy to answer your questions about them after this session. And we have a set of future improvements we would like to add to community configuration. So these are ideas that have been submitted by the different project teams we are working with at the Wikimedia Foundation. And as Martin said, it's possible for any team to, take community configuration and add their own product in it so that it can be used by the communities. And we will cover 4 different set of features from 4 different teams, and we will start with auto moderator. So Sam, could you come? Oh, you have a mic.
I do. Hi, I'm Sam from the moderator tools team at the Foundation. My team is currently building software called Auto Moderator. The idea is it's basically an anti-vandalism bot. So it uses a machine learning model to identify and revert bad edits on Wikipedia. Now that's a pretty powerful tool, being able to revert edits. And so we wanted to make sure when we started developing that software that it wasn't dependent on us at the Foundation to be kind of monitoring it, making sure it was doing the right thing, turning it off if something went wrong. It clearly wouldn't be great if it broke on a Friday and couldn't be fixed till a Monday. So from the outset of that project, we knew that we wanted to be able to give community the power to configure it. And so community configuration was in development around the same time. And we were like, perfect, that is like exactly the right fit for what we want to achieve with this software. So Auto Moderator, we're actually currently working on integrating community configuration right now. Auto Moderator is in kind of a pilot phase. It's running on Turkish Wikipedia, and it's coming to some other wikis soon. And community configuration will basically be available once Auto Moderator is kind of widely available to Wikipedias. So we're using the configuration for communities to be able to turn it on and off whenever they like. This isn't something the Foundation is going to turn on. You don't need to ask our permission to turn it on. Communities can, come to their own consensus, decide they want to turn it on, and just do that without needing any of our input. There's also a bunch of other configurations we're putting in there. Does Auto Moderator do its edits flag as a bot edits or minor edits? What is the edit summary? These kinds of things. So that really there's as little time as possible needed between a community deciding they want to set it up and kind of needing to wait for our team to do things. We think this is, obviously, for the reasons I mentioned, going to be helpful, that communities can just decide how this tool works without needing our input. But it might also be an improvement over kind of existing anti-vandalism bots, where you have like one volunteer developer who is like the sole person you have to go to speak to and bend their ear to kind of change how something is working. Maybe they don't have time, maybe they've stopped supporting the project, whatever. In this case, no developers involved. Communities can just figure that out for themselves. So a very minor plug, if you're interested in Auto Moderator, come grab me afterwards because we'd love to test it on more wikis. But yeah, we're super grateful that community configuration exists, and I think it's really made the project viable to be able to go. So,
thank you, Sam. So your team will be the very first to implement community configuration after growth. So we are pretty excited. So next one is about the editing team, and as Peter Pelberg, the product manager, was not able to join, I will ask Sam again.
Yeah, I forgot I was doing this one. Yes, so this isn't a project that I'm directly working on, but I'm kind of familiar with it because the editing team is working on it. So the idea is that Edit Check is software that can display kind of a pop-up or useful contextual information to a new editor when they've made an edit that doesn't quite fit the policies of a project. So the example that we've written about here is Reference Check, which is the one that's been running already, which is kind of when a new editor adds a bunch of text to a Wikipedia article and then adds no citations. It's quite likely that edit will get reverted. It's considered a bad edit. They might get warned by someone who thinks they're acting in bad faith. The idea is that Edit Check will kind of pop up in their editor and say, hey, you've added a bunch of content. You should probably add a reference. Like, do you want to do that now? You can still save your edit, but we encourage you to add the reference. And so community configuration will be integrated so that communities can do things like configure how much text is added for that prompt to appear. Maybe you want it to pop up even if they just add a sentence or two, or maybe you only if they add a paragraph. And then what else do we write? Oh yes, yeah. Which editors will be checked, and then maybe there are certain sections on your Wikipedia that you actually don't want that check to appear on. Maybe the lead, for example, you never want that check to appear there. So again, Edit Check being this kind of thing that is affecting the new editor experience, affecting the way that people contribute to the encyclopedia. I think really powerful that it's fully in the hands of the community and not just something the Foundation is kind of making a one-size-fits-all approach that then might apply to all Wikimedia projects. Each community can decide kind of how that software is supposed to work.
So if you want to know more about Edit Check as a feature, ask me, please. Yes, well, and if you want to have a demo of it, I would be very happy to show you. You can also ask Selena, who knows how to, show you how Edit Check works. All right. So then let's go to the third campaigns. Ilana?
I'll come more over here. Hi, I'm Ilana. I'm the product manager for the campaigns team, and we're a team that hasn't used community configuration yet, but we're very excited to. So we have an extension that has tools for organizers and participants of events on the wikis. And we have different tools. So we have event registration, which is an event registration and management tool. We also have event list, which is a global automated list of events. And we have a new tool, invitation lists, which generates lists of users that people can invite to their events or activities based on the contribution history of those users. So all these tools are very community oriented. So it made sense to us to use community configuration so communities can decide which of these features they want to turn on and off. So we haven't done any work yet, but this is something that we feel like would be really useful for us in order to, have more exposure to our work and bring it on more wikis. So we're looking forward to seeing how we can do that integration in the future.
Cool, thank you. So if people have questions, they can ask you directly. And the last one before we go to the question time, Olga for the web team.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Olga. I work with the web team, and we work on a variety of different things, but one of the things that we work on is making the wikis a little bit easier to read. So as a part of that, we have been doing some changes to the typography of the wikis over the past year, so looking at things like font size, spacing between paragraphs, and things like that. However, we have been doing a lot of this work based on research that is generally looking at Latin scripts or scripts that are very popularly used, which means that for a lot of the more visually complex scripts, what we don't know is whether these settings should be different or should be larger than what we have decided. We just don't have that information. We just don't have that research. And so what we think it would be best in these scenarios is to allow the communities to make those decisions as users of those scripts and as people who know those languages very well. So our plan is to look at this in the future and use community configuration, especially potentially with some more advanced rights. So for people like interface admins to be able to begin changing some of those settings across the wikis. Yep.
Thank you. So for more information, people can contact you, of course. Okay, and so this was the presentation of the different features that are community configurable and the future features that will be community configurable. So we wanted to have this session as a roundtable, or yes, let's say more a conversation with you. So we are going to open the conversation. You will have microphones that will be distributed. We have a few questions for you, but we will also welcome other questions you might have. So yes, the goal of the session is to, well, make you aware, of course, of this feature, because maybe you are not aware of it. And we want community members and admins to know that it exists and they can use it. We also want to show that, yes, we will provide you more options in the future. These are examples, but we can think about other possible options. So, yeah, if you don't mind, I will just ask you a few questions to start with. At the moment, community configuration is just visible when you type special column community configuration on the wiki, or if a community member had the good idea of putting it somewhere. So we want to know where we should put it, and yes, where would it be more visible for other people to have access to. Again, community configuration is only editable by admin and interface admins, but anyone can go and read the page. We also have some questions for developers. If you have ideas of scripts or other features that could be part of community configuration, let us know. And yes, yeah, what could be your technical questions about the feature? And of course, like I said, we will welcome all the questions you might have. So it's your turn to participate to the session. We have one question here, and then.
I have like a million questions, but let me start with your questions.
Yes. We only have half an hour, so for the million.
Yeah. So for your questions, the first place I think it should be visible is right next to the recent changes in the sidebar on desktop. No idea on mobile. on making gadgets, that was my first question. Can I configure gadgets using global configuration? And the first gadget that comes to mind is Twinkle, because it has its own huge page of configurations, and it would fit very nicely there. Now, on to one of my questions. You said that community configuration can be edited by administrators, but some of the pages that are edited in the process are in the MediaWiki namespace and restricted to interface admins. So how does that interaction work?
So I'd like to briefly correct what you said, because the MediaWiki namespace is restricted to interface administrators and administrators. Both of them can edit it. The only place that's restricted to interface administrators specifically is codes of gadgets and site-wide code. That's also in the MediaWiki namespace, but it's a couple of pages that has a higher level of protection. But most of pages in the MediaWiki namespace are editable by any administrator, and you don't need to have that interface administrator permission. So it works that way because it reuses the same kind of protection that's on the MediaWiki namespace, and it respects that part. We are thinking about potentially making configuration editable by like a more trustworthy group, like maybe we need a configuration that can be edited specifically only by interface administrators or specifically by stewards or something of that sort. But that's not yet possible. That's something that community configuration doesn't support yet. Maybe will in the future. But for now, it's available to any administrator and interface administrator. Does that answer the question?
I have used growth configuration, not yet this new community configuration page. And what I really didn't like about it, that was a huge page with something like, I don't know, 40 input boxes and one save box. And actually, it was, at least on Polish Wiki, where we have 300 templates for info boxes with no common thing for them, or actually no common thing listed there. It was very easily for this input, this specific input, to get out of date. Like, you know, some template got renamed, deleted, or something different. And I couldn't edit any of those 50 input fields because, well, there was validation error in this big form. And I haven't seen or I haven't experienced how it is done in community configuration, but as you are building it, I would suggest it to make it highly like fragmented for validation reasons, because, well, if I'm changing completely unrelated thing now and getting errors because I didn't change anything, so, well, if I don't save this edit, the error still persists. I would like to be able to still correct the thing what I want to correct now, and maybe for the maintenance reasons I would go back to this field to correct it, but maybe it's not too easy. So is there any plan or any like feedback about that to make this very granular?
So first of all, thank you for that feedback. That's very helpful to know that smaller pages are preferable. I'm going now slightly back in what we were showing, so I can, yeah. So how it works now is that there is a dashboard of the features that are configurable, and you can see that for the grow features, which is currently the only thing that's in the deployed version of community configuration, we split the one big form into 4 different ones, and each of them deals with a specific part of the grow features. So like, for example, in the help panel part, you only have options that are related to the help panel, and the list of info boxes wouldn't be there because it's not important for the help panel. And this is, for example, the mentorship form, and you can see that it only has 4 fields that are directly related to mentorship and nothing else. So if you make a change in the mentorship, then you can, in theory, get an error about the mentorship part specifically, but you wouldn't get anything about the info boxes because that's not what's part here.
Oh yes, let's take the first question online, and then Scott, if you don't mind, we will. Yeah.
To you. So one is, will gadgets definition will be migrated to community configuration? And the other one is, what synergy or configuration might help wiki projects, maybe only templates or RBAC? Other ideas?
Yeah, I get the first one, not the second one. So for the first question about gadgets, currently gadgets aren't supported in community configuration. The definition of what's configurable, like how the form that we are showing before looks like, that currently needs to be a part of MediaWiki or an extension, and so far it doesn't work with gadgets directly. But we are thinking about how to make that possible in the future. Adding gadgets has some technical complexities that aren't present for other kinds of usage of community configuration, and we didn't solve those yet, so that's the reason why it's not possible so far, but I hope it will be at some point. And I didn't understand the second one, so...
Yes, could you repeat the second question, please?
I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's what synergy or configuration might help wiki projects? Maybe only templates or RBAC? I don't know what that means. Other ideas? Maybe the person in the chat can let us know more about that question while we respond other.
Okay.
So you started off by showing Citoid. Are there any plans to work on the site extension or Citoid for this? Because from the parsing side, there is a lot of community configuration of citation styles and numbering and how sub-styles should look and whatnot. I'd be curious to know your thoughts.
Yeah. So I'm not aware of any official plan to move it at the moment to community configuration, but it can be done. We have the hackathon space if you want to do it.
I mean, I think WMDE is currently
and they are currently reworking on it. Yes. So community configuration was released like less than a few months ago, and we still have people. The purpose of this session is to make people aware of its existence. We have tested it. We have seen people using it for growth features. We have teams being interested in building more on it. So we are currently raising awareness regarding that new feature. So anyone is welcome actually to add community configuration to add their features into community configuration. You have more details from the online question? Cool.
Hello. First of all, responding to the first question, I don't feel like editing wiki configurations would be something that should be done like so frequently. So I wouldn't be. It sounds reasonable for me for it to only exist in special pages, the list. But perhaps in the sidebar for the editors that do have the permissions, it might make sense. But
makes sense.
And then my question is, I think in one of the slides you mentioned that you wanted to, or maybe I misunderstood, but you want this to encompass all the configuration that can be done in the wiki. So how far does the vision go? What do you hope to be able to do, and what do you already know that won't be possible? Things like, I don't know, namespaces. I had like user groups and.
As we show you, we have several community teams being product teams being interested in adding new features to the community configuration. I believe the goal is to have community configuration that could cover many things. Regarding the current limitations, I will not say anything wrong, so I will let Martin go.
Thank you. So I split my answer to that question to two parts. One of them is the vision, and that goes very far. Like pretty much any sort of configuration that's currently just like done based on the wishes of the community, there's no real need for me or anyone to read the request, copy it into some code, do the change, and then forget about it. Like that's kind of a waste of human resources. Like those changes to be directly available to the community. Of course, with changes or configuration, like, okay, what's the database username that we use? That's like not something that the community really cares about or need to cares about, and that would obviously not be a part of community configuration. It's not part of the vision either, because that's something that the community doesn't really have an interest in. It's a technicality that just needs to exist for technical reasons. For future changes, there are some changes that are easier to make than others. For example, changing the list of user groups is a very sensitive topic, because if you add user groups to community configuration, you then have questions like, okay, what happens if I assign the check user permission to administrator or to anyone? That's obviously not something that should happen. That's one of the areas where it might be useful to have parts of community configuration restricted more than just to administrators. And that could be like a safeguard that helps with those problems. There are also some areas of logo changes that have some more technical complexities that aren't present elsewhere. So that's also something that probably won't come soon. But right now, community configuration can support pretty much anything. There's just like a bunch of information that needs to be filled. So I think that the citate example that I was mentioning is something that can be migrated now if someone wants to do it. It just needs someone to write the code, do the change, and use it. So that's probably the kind of changes that would be coming sooner than the others. But in terms of vision, like anything that the communities are routinely requesting should be a part of community configuration.
I will read again the question. It's how community configuration might help Wiki project admins, especially towards allowed templates and role-based access control.
Yes, you answer it partially, I believe. Yeah, so I will try to answer the question. So the goal, at the moment, it will be possible for admins to decide if a feature should be activated or not activated and how it will work. So I'm not sure about templates, but regarding community roles, like Martin explained, some community roles could be configurable, some others won't be for security, safety reasons. So yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's still a work in progress, and we are really looking forward to get your feedback about it. Maybe it could be now, it could be later. You can find the community configuration page at mediawiki.org, where you can ask your questions for more specific details or maybe suggestions for plans for the future. Do you have any questions that relate to the existing features we have, like campaigns, web, editing, or moderator tools? Maybe yes. Okay, we'll take that question, then we will look back to you. We have time.
I don't have a very specific question for one of them, but maybe a generic one for all of them. Will they all be integrated? So we're only talking about new features, right, at this point, from what I understand?
It could be existing features as well.
No, but right now in this room. So will they all be integrated with community configuration going from the beginning, from the very beginning, or this is some kind of work that you will do after deploying?
Is my mic on? So for us, some features already exist, but they're only on a few wikis. And then there's some that are new, that are like so new that they're just in test wikis. So there's various degrees, I think, of how complete or old or new these features are, at least in our case.
Talk a bit about Automoderator. Automoderator is being tested on Turkish Wikipedia at the moment, and we actually haven't finished our community configuration integration yet. The helpful thing about it is because it's just built on top of a wiki page, a JSON in the MediaWiki namespace, Turkish Wikipedia can already configure the tool, but they're just editing this JSON directly, right? So that's been quite helpful to us because Automoderator can be configured. It's not very fun to do it in the JSON, easy to make mistakes. But then as we progress through the integration, it means we can kind of put community configuration on top. So this is a new tool, but it is already live on a wiki, and then we're kind of adding this on top. So I think that's probably a model that other tools can take as well. Start adding those configurations into a JSON file and then build on top of it. Seems it's worked pretty well for us at least.
Yeah, and for typography and font size, so those changes are actually live already. So we've increased the font size on the majority of wikis. And even we are seeing some community configuration on top of that. So especially for scripts that are a little bit more visually complex. So for example, Chinese Wikipedia and Urdu Wikipedia, their interface admins have bumped the typography even larger than the new default. So community configuration would just kind of allow an easier way for that, especially for communities that might not have interface admins that are ready or kind of willing to do those changes, or for kind of wikis that have like those way more visually complex scripts for which the current font size and the current typography is still too small.
Okay, and I will answer for editing and growth. So for editing, the new feature that was presented by Sam is edit check, and it will be progressively added to community configuration. And then we will have to consider everything we already have, like the visual editor, wiki text editor, reply, discussion tools, and all this, Citoed as well, maybe, we don't know. So yes, it will be considered for the future. For growth, well, we created community configuration, so growth features will be naturally added they are already all available, and more will be added in the future, of course. So yes, and of course, if you know some other Wikimedia Foundation maintained features that should be, in your opinion, into community configuration, please tell us. We are very curious to know more about it, and what's your ID on it. Yes, we have one. We should just.
So one idea that we could incorporate is basically any allow deny list. There's like 6, 7 of them, I think, for URLs, for names, for titles, that seems like a logical thing to incorporate.
Yeah, it's a very good idea, and it's something that was considered by editing, because reference check has a feature that will tell you if a link is accepted or rejected by the community. And yes, we've discovered that we have 2 officially maintained lists, and then you have extra lists used by local communities. So yeah, putting them all at the same place would be very helpful. Yes, it's your time.
Yeah, just a quick question. So obviously, community configuration is the config will be stored within a MediaWiki page as a JSON. I'm just wondering whether currently or whether there are plans to specifically be able to query community configuration via a REST API endpoint. And I just ask that because the general position has been that wiki pages are not stable interfaces. And so for something like a configuration, the ability to have a stable interface for that kind of querying, and that applies for obviously like the mobile apps, which is where my question comes from, but I think it also applies for any kind of development within the MediaWiki space. So yeah.
So for that question, first of all, the configuration, yes, it's currently stored in a wiki page, but community configuration is built in a way that's agnostic to where the configuration is. It could be elsewhere. So yes, we do have API for developers that allows you to say, okay, I want the current configuration, give me what's currently configured. Right now, it will only give you like the configuration in full, not like you can't currently ask questions like, is the help desk enabled, or other question posted at the top or bottom, or something like that. That's currently not yet possible, but there is a stable way to say, okay, I want all current configuration, and it's also equally a way how to say, okay, I have this thing, and I want this to be the current configuration, please change it.
And just to clarify, that is, you get everything in one go?
Yes, you get everything in one go, the whole blob.
I'm going to quickly ask the opposite of that question. For the perspective of the third-party wiki community, as someone who's running a wiki farm or something, is there a way to push those changes to a bunch of wikis without going through and editing wiki pages one by one? Or is that in a roadmap? Is that something you think about?
So just to verify I understood the question correctly, you're asking whether you can like make the configuration centrally for like all of the thousands of wikis that the foundation has, for example?
Yeah, say we wanted to change the default of configuration X, which is currently in community configuration.
That's not possible without changing anything in community configuration. But what you can do is you can introduce a new way to load configuration from a new store. And you can add a store that's external, and that will load the configuration somewhere. It can be another wiki. It can be anything else that has a URL address. And then that can be used fairly simple to centralize configuration if someone wants to.
I'll piggyback with yours and say if there is a stable API, it would be nice to make it read and write so that there was a stable way to set or query configuration options.
Do we have any other questions from online participants by any chance? No more questions. Okay. Okay, we have one question at the front and then one at the back. Don't be afraid to ask also for clarifications if things were not clear in our presentation. It's really a safe space. And like Martin often says, there is no stupid question, only stupid answers.
My question is related mainly to the growth features. This could be configured through the community configuration, but from my experience, it's not very flexible because you have specific tasks that are related to templates, and the experience, especially in the German Wikipedia, is that we do not necessarily have the template that really corresponds to this task. So I think it would be great if the configuration would allow us basically to create a task that suits our templates and is easier to communicate to the newcomers if we really have a task that matches actually to the description. Because with so many different wikis, it's of course a bit difficult to find a solution that is correct for all of them.
Thank you for your feedback. Yeah, it's not the first time I'm hearing this, and actually the more communities use community configuration for growth, the more they ask for that kind of task. So at the moment, we still have that idea in mind, of course. It's not yet on our roadmap, but we could offer it, yeah, maybe not short term, but mid-term. But yeah, it's super important for us to get this kind of feedback regarding what should be configurable and what kind of option you would like to see. So yeah, let's discuss a little bit more about this after the session, if you don't mind. I'm very curious to know more about your specific needs. Do you want to add? No? Okay. Okay, we have a question hidden there, and then yes, cool.
But it's not on. Oh,
it's
it
on.
Is. Okay,
you're live.
So first of all, it's great to see that there's been evolution since the last Wikimania, because last time you presented, the future, and it was only edit growth config, right? And then it changed and evolved to community configuration, which is much better. And my first question is, I mean, we've talked about this a bit, but like maybe that's towards Selena, but like how do you plan on vertically advertising this throughout all the teams in the WMF? Do you actually? And I've seen that there have been some successes, but I'm pretty sure this can go a lot further. Another thing, the API question was on my mind as well, and my question is, maybe I'm thinking too much out of the box, but is there would you think it's conceivable to have a way for a community to define their own configuration? So regardless of all the extensions and setup, so that we could have a key value pair list of of configurations that are specific to that wiki, and then maybe through API we could fetch those configurations and maybe use them in Wikibots or gadgets or whatever, whatever we want. So that would make it a lot more flexible. And I had another question, but I forget. So
yeah, you could keep it for later when we will have the break.
Sure.
Okay, I will first tell you about the Wikimedia Foundation dynamic at the moment. We are offering community configuration to every possible team. It's open to them to use it, work on it. We also want to provide support, so we need to put some space in our roadmap to assist the different team while we work on other new things we want to provide to communities to help newcomers. Regarding the technical aspect, Martin, I'll let you cover it.
So for the second question about the configuration, the community-defined community configuration. So that's in my mind, that's basically the same question as configuration used by gadgets. Like if you are able to create a gadget and add it to community configuration, then there already needs to be a way for community to be able to define its own configuration there. So in my mind, that's connected, and as I was saying earlier, that's currently not yet possible because there are some other technical complexities. And the biggest technical complexity is actually the one that you mentioned. Like, how do we add like meta community configuration to the ecosystem for this to be possible? And once that question is solved, there wouldn't really be any reason to not allow like non-gadgets community code like bots or stuff like that.
I remember the third question. Do you plan on maybe introducing some sort of granularity in terms of who can, in terms of roles, right? User roles, who can actually access or modify certain configurations? Because I see this as a really powerful tool, and as mentioned before, some things are better kept out of there for security reasons. But then again, I think that kind of thinking limits us and falls back to the let's write fabricator tickets to solve this issue. So to my mind, I think granularity in terms of this can be done by sysops, but this can be done by check users, for example. Like maybe that doesn't make any sense, but that kind of thing I think is worth investigating.
So right now, community configuration is built with the assumption that administrators have access to all the configuration, and that's the assumption that allows this to be a wiki page in the MediaWiki namespace. Even without, even if community configuration itself added some restrictions, then the admin could just go to the page and edit it anyway. So that's why it's not possible yet. We do offer some granularity to the extension owners to decrease the level of access you need to have. So you can have community configuration that's editable by non-admins. That's already possible, but not the other way around. That's something that we are thinking about. It's not something that was necessary for any of the use cases that came into mind as like the next possible things to implement, so we didn't really think much about it, but we are aware of that problem, and hopefully when the time comes it could be solved in the future.
We will take the last question.
So this is maybe more of a design question than a technical one, but I know that there are other extensions that have allowed wikis to configure, to be configured in the interface. And I actually used one of those recently, precisely in a wiki farm, as Scott was mentioning. And my question is whether you have explored those interfaces and taken inspiration from them, or are there, like, what are the lessons that you, or if anything, of course, if you haven't seen them, I think they might be worth looking into. For example, the extension manage wiki, you probably know about those. So that's my curiosity about how this fits into the ecosystem. And also just the ecosystem of MediaWiki outside of Wikimedia. Is this in the general thought space, or is only for Wikimedia Wiki? So you're not considering like bundling this with Wikimedia Wiki, making, for example, the initial configuration of installing a Wikimedia Wiki, editing like the local settings.php is not really user friendly. So is this something that might be in the roadmap sometime?
Okay, thank you. I will answer on the design part, and I will let Martin, as always, do the technical stuff. So yes, we had a design review before starting the work on community configuration. We also took care of all the feedback we received from the old growth configuration, and that the page was too long, for instance. And yes, and that led to the design we've shown you, that is available on both mobile and desktop, of course. Regarding the design itself, we've built it using the Wikimedia, well, the component we use for the Wikimedia Foundation Media Wiki, so that it can be expanded by the different teams interested in adding new features. And we will also provide support in order to integrate new type of forms that could be used there. Regarding how to expand it to other wikis and if it could be used elsewhere, I believe it could, because it's an extension, right?
Yeah, exactly. It can be used by any wiki owner who wants to use community configuration. That's not a problem. Regarding bundling it, maybe. For example, during the Wikimania hackathon, I'm working on adding community configuration to the Babel extension. And one of the feedback that I received on the change that I uploaded was, okay, Babel extension is part of the MediaWiki language bundle. So community configuration would need to be true. So that's the kind of situations when those kind of decisions are likely to be made, like when someone decides to add community configuration support to an extension that is already part of some kind of a bundle, then yes, that's like a perfect argument for community configuration to be added there. In the long term, I'd want community configuration to be a part of the MediaWiki installer, so that it would be easier for other extensions to use it. Because like right now, you'd need to, like, let's say you download, Go experiments, you install it, and then it says, okay, you need to also add community configuration, and that's an added step. So if community configuration starts to be used in more places, that would be also very helpful to add it to the installer, maybe at some day.
Thank you, Martin. So it's time for the conclusions. I'd like to thank you all for attending. I'd like to thank also our 3 guests who were with us to answer your questions. So if you have some other questions regarding campaigns, you can ask Ilana. If you have other questions about how to have a tool to fight vandalism on your wiki, ask Sam. And of course, anything related to the web team and the dark mode, you can ask Olga. If you have questions regarding the editing team and edit check in particular, the visual editor, whatever, you can ask me. For growth features, you can ask either Martin. If you prefer to ask your question in Spanish, you can ask Isa. And you can ask me, of course. Thank you for everyone who attended online. Thank you for the questions as well. And I wish you a very pleasant rest of your day and a nice Wikimania. Thank you again.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie Flood, user JamieF on Wikipedia.
And I'm Kevin Piravi, user Superhamster on Wikipedia.
And this is Paper Dominic. He could not be with us, but he was our he was the manager for creating View It. I was the community manager, and Kevin was our very talented programmer. Special thank you to the Wikimedia Foundation and the Structured Data on Commons. The Structured Data on Commons grant from the Sloan Foundation for funding the creation of this tool. So part of the reason why we have, part of the reason why we have 40 minutes today is my hope was that we could do some editing together. I realize it's a little difficult since we don't have like a table or anything, but hopefully you'll join us. Installing View It is very easy. You can follow the installation instructions on Meta, which is where we document the creation of View It. The pictures, I meant to update them. View It looks a little different than some of the screenshots right now on there. We've changed it up a little bit and made it a little bit more functional. Once you follow the installation instructions and apply it either in your home language Wikipedia or globally, refresh the page and you should start to see it with any page you look at. View It works across all Wikipedia projects, Wikidata, Wikivoyage, Wikisource, Wikispecies, Wikipedia itself, in every language. In most languages, it will be in English, but there are some that have localized, and we'll get more into the nitty-gritty of how many later in our presentation, and then you can view it and add some images, and we'll talk more about functionality as we go. Sorry. So,
sorry. Yeah.
Oh.
We'll leave it up for a second.
Yeah, we have time. Sorry, I will slow down talking, and we'll leave this up for a moment so everyone can follow the link.
And the short link, if you want to access it, is w.wiki/9E_H_p. That should take you straight to the meta page. And on the meta page, you'll see instructions to install both View It Lite and View It Full. View It Full is usually what you want to install if you want the full experience.
And full is what you'll see today as we go through this.
Everyone good? Everyone had time to pull up the link? Are we good to go on? Yeah. Cool.
So most of us know what Wikidata is. It's structured data for all entities and site links to connect all Wikimedia projects. That's part of how View It functions across all of Wikipedia. And just, thank you. Just as an example, here's Wikidata item for Carnegie Library of Pittsburgh. You'll see a lot of DPLA, Digital Public Library of America examples in here because Dominic, our manager, works with them. And the heart of our project was targeting cultural heritage institutions and encouraging discoverability of images using structured data. So what is structured data? That is depict statements that link on Wikimedia Commons to Wikidata. It's descriptive metadata that's often provided by the GLAMs and institutions that are uploading the images. Anytime you upload an image, there's a tag that says, does it say, I don't remember what it says anymore.
Yeah, it's on Commons, there's a tab.
There we go. I have a screenshot.
Yeah. So there's a tab that says structured data beneath the image, and when you click that, you can see all the structured data for that image on Commons. So the most standard property that you can append as part of structured data is depict. So essentially just what the image shows, whether it's a person, a building, a type of tree, an animal, etc. And then there's other sorts of structured data like creator, which provides author information, copyright status, licensing. If it's like an artwork, you can have like an artist property and things like that. So basically just takes what was previously just plain text descriptions and puts them in a structured linked format.
So structured data across Wikimedia is you can media search SDC is used to enhance the search within Commons, and they were subtracting contracts to the community. They reached out to Dominic to see if he had any ideas that utilize structured data, and View It is what came out of that. Kevin is a very experienced programmer. I'm an coder. I'm a very experienced community manager. So my role was to reach out to the community for feedback. We did multiple rounds of testing and feedback sessions, fine-tuning it, changing the size, changing the placement, changing what the button looked like, what it said, and stuff like that. And then this is how the search changed through structured data on Commons.
So this image here is kind of the default search on Commons right now. This isn't what we did. This is just what's available on Commons. So now when you go on Commons and type anything in a search box, it'll actually use structured data to kind of pull up the most relevant photos.
So the goal was to ideate and develop a tool or gadget that experiments with using structured data or content to improve the search experience on one or more Wikipedias. This one does it on all. We're very proud of that. It must be, thank you. It must be search or discovery related. It must utilize structured metadata tags, and it must involve at least one Wikipedia. And like I said, this one involves all of them. So another thing that I do in my work as a Wikimedian is I host a ton of editing events. And so that was kind of the heart of this, was how do we help new editors find images more easily on Wikipedia, and how do we utilize structured data? And additionally, how can we encourage institutions to use structured data? And so that was our hope with View It, is that it would demonstrate why structured data matters on images uploaded to Commons, because now in View It, it's showing you more images. So it's a way to show editors and readers, because you can see View It at any time as long as you have it applied to your account, relevant Wikimedia Commons, media depicting or otherwise related to the article they are working on. So in some cases, like for example, I work at the National Agricultural Library. Our View It shows you pictures of our building, pictures of collections, stuff like that. It all depends on what kind of metadata you've added. But as long as you're linking things back to your institution, they should be getting a good example of what your institution is about. And then, of course, the goal is to enrich content pages by offering an illustration of a given subject and increasing the discoverability of Commons uploads. This tool, okay, sorry, I'm like, what's happening? This tool allows readers across access to a full catalog of images available on Wikimedia Commons rather than being limited to the images chosen to be included in an article. For example, I have used View It a lot to swap out an image for the exact same one that's just higher resolution. So that's the great thing, is as we improve scanning and make better available images of the same image, we can upload higher resolutions. And I feel like we've already talked about most of this. And so this is what it looks like on Wikipedia. You'll see a carousel of images at the top. Elam Isham Shute is a pomological watercolorist, and these are examples of what kind of View It will show you. It's not always just pictures of them. Sometimes if they're an artist, it's their artwork. Like I said, if it's an institution, it might be stuff that they hold in their collection. And it's very easy to add an image from View It into an article. Once you're in the editing function, you can actually click the copy tool and then scroll down into the article wherever you want this image to go and paste it in. And once it's pasted, it will give you it'll have an open box for you to add a description or whatever kind of caption you want. You hit enter, you save it, and there it is. And then another great functionality of View It is if you're on an item in Wikidata that doesn't have a P18 statement, View It will give you the opportunity to add it directly for you. So if you're in Wikidata and it doesn't have a P18 statement and you have View It installed, you'll either see the copy function or the plus sign. You can copy and paste in if you want to add additional images, but if you're adding a P18 statement for the first time and you hit the plus sign, it will give you a dialog box making sure you want to add that statement, and then you have it.
Yeah, so this is particularly useful because when you're on Wikidata, you don't really have easy context of like what images are available unless you really start digging into Commons. So this just easily surfaces what's available on Commons right there on Wikidata.
And then, of course, we also have View It available through a web browser. You can still... I don't think the the copy functionality isn't as simple. You'll click on the image. If you use View It in a browser, it will take you to Commons, and then you would add an image how you normally would. You would copy in the code and then add it. The great thing about View It in a web browser is you can surface images in slightly different ways. You can look at the categories that it might be in. I don't remember what all it is. Do you remember?
Yeah, so basically with this portal we have, it's located at view-it.toolforge.org. You can kind of put in a queue item, and you can kind of either say you want images that depict that QID, or you can do things like created by or other types of properties. And you can also filter by assessment and resolution. So for example, if you want to filter by just featured images, or you want resolution over 1,000 pixels, those are kind of filters you can apply. But yeah, now we're actually going to do some live demos. So I'm going to awkwardly head to the back of the room.
So during this section, we're going to share some of our use cases and some of the great feedback we got during our sessions around View It and training. And give us just a second. And then we'll also actually show you how to use View It. This part is just showing you what it looks like in Wiki Voyage, Wikidata, and stuff like that. And then we'll also actually add a couple P18 statements and an image together. Sorry for this awkward pause. I don't even remember why we were talking about. Oh, okay. So the reason why we have the Sam Simmons example is the photograph that was of him on here was weird. It was very... it was pixelated if you tried to, it was pixelated if you tried to zoom in on his face. It was very far away. It was just like very poor form for an image. And so when we had View It installed, we realized, oh, there's actually a bunch of pictures of Sam Simmons, and they're better than this one. So it was this one. While funny, it's not like a great info box picture. So we were able to swap it out for one that was more centered on his face.
Yeah, the key thing here is we just have like the portrait and like one of the pictures from his show. But there's not a lot of space in this article for like the full gallery, so you can kind of get like more of a view of what his entire show was like through View It.
I think that's one of the things, too, that we talked a lot about, is whatever you see in an article, that's curated by whomever wrote it or whomever's edited it. And like we mentioned, it could be an older article, and they have an older image that's not that high of quality, and there's a better quality image available now, or there's other images of that person available now. Or it's like Sam Simmons, and it's oddly not a great portrait, and so you can swap it out for something better.
And then here we're looking at Columbus, which is a city in Georgia, United States. On most Wikidata items, you only have one image, right? So here we just have this skyline, which is, not a very exciting image. But when you have View It installed, you actually get kind of the full breadth of images related to that city. So you have famous people from the city, you have different views, you have this cool picture of a train running through the middle of town, you have these historic images of the city as it developed.
Historical and modern. That's the other great thing.
And then when in View It, when there's lots of images available, you can click on this View All Images. Let me zoom in a little bit so it's more visible. You can click on View All Images, and we'll actually kind of replace the entire interface with a full-blown gallery. So you can kind of get that full breadth of images. And you can also click on this link at the top to open that same query in our web portal. So you can get those same images, and then you can also do some of that filtering we mentioned as well. So you can say, I only want large images, for example.
One thing to point out, too, if you're like, I don't want a gallery at the top of every article, you can close View It and then just open it when you want to. Will you go back to...
Yeah, so
where
in
it
the
says
top right
close,
here.
in that same spot, it'll say open when it's closed.
And it will remember what you chose. So once you've closed it, it will remain closed until you open it again. And then here we're going to look at some local buildings in Poland. So this is an example of View It running on this Pantheon. You can see this Wikidata item does not have an image, but there are images available on Commons. And this first picture here is, a pretty quality photo of that building. So we can quickly just press this plus button, confirm, and it will immediately just add the image to the Wikidata item. So we've had over 5,000 images added to Wikidata items through this tool, because when you add an image through View It, it will actually have its own tag. So you can go through and see all the edits that have been done. Another example is this hotel. Again, no image on this Wikidata item. We can go ahead and click this plus sign. And that image gets added. And the cool thing about Wikidata is a lot of Wikipedia articles across all the languages will pull the image from Wikidata. So if there's 20 Wikipedia articles out there on this hotel, and they don't have any images attached, when we attach this image on Wikidata, many of those Wikipedia articles will also start displaying that image. So it's a great way to enable media discovery.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
When using the close view button, and there is just open view, there is any chance that can be a different color, whether there are actual pictures or there are not matched pictures, so that one is more interested in opening it or not?
So if there's no images, the button is grayed out.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there's images, that button will be blue, and if there's no images, it'll be grayed out. And if you have it open, just the view button will also be gray. Yeah.
I do like the idea though, maybe even like including a number, right?
Yeah.
So if it's like close, if it's like open view,
There's
we can maybe
another
have the
question.
number of images available. I think that's a good idea.
You probably already answered this question, but do these have to be linked already? So the images have to be linked to structured data initially in order to be found?
They do.
Yeah.
But if you go to a page and you know an image should be there, maybe that your institution has uploaded and you don't see it, if you go and edit the structured data, it will show up almost immediately. Because we've done some experiments and it shows up pretty instantaneously.
Okay.
Yeah, but that is a practical limit where View It's only as good as the structured data. So as structured data on Commons improves, View It will as well. And then for the last demo, we'll actually show adding an image from View It to a Wikipedia article. So this is the Spanish Wikipedia article for Cesar Chavez. And you can see there's just one image in this article, but there are many images available on Commons. And one of the things we want to highlight is this arch memorial for Chavez, which I want to add to the article. So if I click on Edit and go into Visual Editor, you can see there's now this copy link in the lower right part of this image. I can click on Copy. And then I can come on down to this section that kind of discusses ways that he's been honored. And I can paste. And you see it'll just immediately insert that image as a thumbnail with space for a caption. And we have a pre-written caption that I'll just go ahead and copy.
I promise we double-checked with a native speaker that this was correct.
Yes.
We just wanted to demonstrate that it's multilingual.
So
Go
we
ahead.
paste that caption in.
There's already an SDC caption. Will that be already?
It doesn't pull it, I don't think.
Sorry. If there is a caption already on SDC, will that be used? Was the question.
Kevin, it doesn't pre-populate, right?
I don't think so. I think at the time we were
That's
developing it, it might have been a limitation of the API, but we
Yeah,
should
that's a
revisit
great
that.
point that we could implement, though.
So now we click publish, and the image has been added.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just like to add that maybe automatically pulling the caption is not such a good idea because the caption can be very dependent on the context in which the photo or picture is placed in the article.
Yeah, that's a great point. And thinking back, I believe that was part of why we didn't try too hard on that part is so often these images might have a really weird caption or it's just numbers and letters. But that is a great thought that we could think about, but we'll see. And we are open if anyone has suggestions of something else you would like to see or operability. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a question about how do I use it to prepare workshops and editations with people coming. How do I make how do I make it quick for them since they are not used to the Wikipedia ecosystem sometimes? How do I make sure that it's integrated very quickly when sometimes I just created their account for the event?
So you can add this at any time to your account, and usually when I offer it at workshops, that's the first thing I teach people is I walk them through adding it to their account. And then from there, it's very easy. You don't really need to explain it too much outside of teaching them about what captioning looks like and image placement on Wikipedia and what images are appropriate. But we've made it very easy to add it to your account. If you look at the page on Meta, we have step-by-step instructions for how to add it, and we've shortened the code. And you'll click the link, it will take you to your own global page. You paste it in and save it, and that's it. There's no extra. I'm sorry. So that's something we're talking about still.
Yeah, you're right that adding a user script isn't the easiest thing, especially for new users. We would eventually like this to be a gadget, which I think is up to every project to kind of decide when they want to enable. That's not something we've pursued yet, but it's something we would like to do. We've also tried to experiment with how we can do this without it being a JavaScript script. Like, for example, can we have a Lua function, a Lua template, that does these queries and embeds the images in an article, so you can actually just add a template to display these images. But there is a limitation that Scribunto, the Lua library, they don't have structured data integration yet, so we don't have. Sorry? Oh yeah, maybe wiki functions, yeah. So hopefully down the line there'll be more opportunities for us to kind of build these tools without requiring opt-in JavaScript.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So we have we've been running ESA tool, which was part of the structured data application in the first place, or grouping or whatever it is. And it sounds like it would be like the perfect follow-on. And I wondered if you guys we run campaigns through the ESA tool, and I wonder if you run campaigns as well in a similar way, like you encourage people to groups or whatever to focus on certain categories or stuff, or?
Yeah, no, we haven't run campaigns ourselves, but we have spoken to people who organize campaigns, and they have used View It for their users. There's that Wikipedia Pages Wanting Photos campaign that happens on a lot of Wikipedias. They utilize this tool a lot, and there have been some other focused events and editathons that have used it as well. But you're right, that campaigns are a great opportunity for this.
I also used it we did a diversifying STEM event at University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and that was one of the things we ended up doing, was adding a lot of images through View It to different articles. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, you. Oh, sorry, yeah, microphone.
Okay, so there is always a debate on Wikipedia whether articles should have galleries or not. So one usage of this that I would find very interesting is actually replacing the galleries with all the images available. This way, the people who want to have a lot of images will have them, and the rest can, you can even have an empty gallery.
Yeah.
A
So
placeholder or something.
that was something that we talked a lot about during development, and people who love Commons did not love us getting rid of galleries and because of View-It. That's part of why we still have our ToolForge site, is so you can look at categories and stuff like that. And so I agree, it is a great way to have a gallery if you want it or not, but I don't know that we'll see galleries disappear because of it, but thanks. Yeah. Okay. Does somebody else have a question? Oh.
Thanks. I would like to have a question on how localization works. Does it work with translatewiki.net or?
Yes, so we do have a little bit of localization. For example, you can we localize a text that appears like in the button and some other parts of the tool. We don't use anything fancy like TranslateWiki yet. We just have on MetaWiki. I believe it's, if you go to our meta page, like view it tool, and then /localization.json. This is just a JSON file that we have our localization in, and anyone can edit that JSON file, add their translations for their local languages, and then periodically we just pull that JSON into the script and it goes live. So we do have some localization support. And on the meta page, there's a section called localization that has those details. So you can see actually we do have it available in 25 languages, and we welcome more translations as well.
I don't have a questions. I just want to thank you because this is fucking awesome.
Thank you. Thanks for saying that. This is actually, I think, getting towards the end of what we wanted to share. We have 160 users, 120 plus have it enabled globally, so those other 40 people have it only engaged on Wikipedia or on Wikidata, whatever they want to use. People are still localizing it as they want to. I think we just had 4 like a couple days ago, and we were like, how did these 4 people want to localize it? And then the coolest thing that the last time we did this presentation, or a similar presentation about a year ago, there had only been 500 edits on Wikidata using View-It, and now there's been 5,000. So that's very exciting for us. But yeah, so thank you. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us. If anyone wants to do like an editing campaign with View-It, I would be happy to join you virtually or in person and show how to install it and use it. And yeah, thank you so much. Any other questions?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session about revision quality algorithms. I'm user Străinu. I'm a CSOP on Romanian Wikipedia and also an operator of an automatic revert bot. I'll start with a little story about this presentation. It was supposed to be a lightning talk. And I mentioned in the comments that, you know, I might extend it to a 25-minute presentation if needed. And then the program committee did its job, and I ended up with 40 minutes. So it's going to be one hell of a lightning talk. What could happen is that we are left with a little bit of time at the end, at least I hope so. So maybe we can exchange a bit about your experiences with patrolling using scripts, if your wiki has such a thing. If not, I can do a demo of how it works on the Romanian Wikipedia. I also have some slides for that, but we'll see how that works. But let's start with the lightning talk. So the lightning talk can be resumed as this question: should I use auto-moderator? Now, I want to ask in the room how many of you know what auto-moderator is? Okay. Just a few of you. So auto-moderator is an extension built by Sam's team over there. So if you have questions, go to him, not to me. Which is supposed to help patrollers by reverting the most important, the most obvious vandalism on Wikipedia. And my answer to this question is yes, unless you have something better. And we'll see in this presentation what could be a better option. But let's start with what we're talking about. Revision quality, or diff quality, change quality, whatever you want to say, models or algorithms, or there are a few names for it. Do any of these keywords look familiar to you? Except for auto-moderator? Yeah, I see a few nods. Okay, so we're talking basically about automatic reverts, which I'm going to refer to in the rest of the presentation as AR. Automatic reverts are not the only way to automatically help patrollers. There are also automatic patrols, which you can do at the other end of the scale. But it is where most of the development efforts are concentrated. So the idea is to do some reverts by bots, so people don't have to check really quickly after the change is made, so people don't have to check on these changes. So how do they work? I think I still need to be here for the mic to work. We have here a bunch of changes from the Romanian Wikipedia, randomly taken a few days ago. And people would normally look on these changes and check whether they're good or not, and so on and so forth. The first thing you can use, and a lot of wikis have this currently, is to show only the changes that are considered damaging for the community, and these can be color coded. In this picture, you see a couple of colors. The darker the color, the higher the chance that that particular change is damaging for the community, and this allows you to look only on very specific changes that are pre-filtered for you. For instance, I do this from time to time. I take only the list of the worst of the worst and go back as far as recent changes would allow me. It takes me about 10 minutes to go through all of them, everything that was left unpatrolled. Then I go to the next level, and there are a lot more changes, and this takes a few hours. What I would want is at least part of these changes to be to just disappear, to be patrolled or reverted. So for that, in my case, I created a bot called Patrocle. It's a reference to some Romanian literature there. So what happens here is you see basically the whole loop, the whole process. First, an anonymous user does a change, which is you see here already that it has been reverted. A minute later, the bot comes and it says, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna revert this because I have a very high score here." And also you have a report link. Further down the road, the bot also warns the user. You see, it's the user talk page. It warns the user that he did vandalism and it has been reverted. It can also notify administrator to block users which reached level 5 warnings. And all this in a minute. It's usually far less, but not more than a minute. That's guaranteed. Because what we need is for this to happen way before human users get to that revision. Any questions until here? Go ahead, Sam. Yeah, I think it would be better.
Thank you. You mentioned it alerts administrators about the user. Is there a specific venue that it goes and posts at for that?
Yeah. It's the administrator's notice board. Obviously, it can be configured by wiki. It's not always the same, of course, but yes, it also warns. What it does not do very well is deduplicate warnings. So just yesterday, we've had 42 warnings in half an hour, just because the user would keep on vandalizing, while there was no administrator to block him. So yeah, these are extreme cases. I'm planning to work on that. Okay. Moving on, let's go a bit in the inner works here. How does the auto moderator work? Not only the auto moderator, but basically every bot or tool that tries to do a revert. It gets the data for a certain change. It puts it into a model, and we'll see what models are. Don't worry about this API thing. For you, it's transparent. It should be transparent for you as a wiki user or an administrator. And then it gets back a score from 0 to 1. I'm not sure how well this can be seen in the room. Basically, 0 means it's definitely not harmful, and 1 means it's definitely harmful. The higher the score, the higher the risk of reversion. It then applies other internal algorithms. We don't care about these, and it decides that it either reverts the change or not, right? Pretty simple, or not. What we're gonna concentrate in this presentation is this part, the models. You don't really need to know what the model is. I put here the definition from Wikipedia, which says that it's a mathematical model that is trained, and then it can make predictions or classifications. And if you go on that link on mathematical models, you get a whole list of how there are equations in there, and submodels, and assumptions, and constraints, and so on. Blah, 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 blah. Very complicated. Don't care. As a user, all you need to know, it's something, it's a cloud out there, it's something that gives you a score between 0 and 1. And all the models that we have in the Wikimedia world for revision scoring are about the same. They give you a score between 0 and 1, and 1 means that it's really bad, usually, and 0 means it's okay. And what you need to add to this in order for it to be useful is a threshold. Like, okay, you have a score from 0 to 1, and you can have it has 3 decimal digits, so you have like 1,000 values. From which place do you start reverting? And that is the real interesting question, right? Do you start reverting everything over 0.5? or over 0.9 or 0.99. This is where it gets interesting. It also gets a little bit technical. Following are the 3 slides that are the most technical in the whole presentation, I promise. So, how to evaluate this model? How to see where to put the limit? This is a graphic that I took from the English Wikipedia. What it shows is that you have the actual truth, right? In our case, positive means it should be reverted. Negative means it shouldn't be reverted. Obviously, if you ask 10 patrollers, you'll get 6 reverts and 4 keep. But let's assume there is a truth out there that some changes really need to be reverted and some don't. Then you have the predicted condition. That is the output of the model, right? Positive means the model says you should revert. Negative means the model says you shouldn't revert. Okay? And then this gives you 4 areas here, the true positive and the true negative. I'm really sorry for the colorblind persons, if there are any. This is green at TP and TN, and red on FN and FP. So green is good, red is bad. True positive means, yes, you're right, this should have been reverted. True negative means, yes, you're right, this should have been kept. So the algorithm did its job. And then there are a few metrics that you can use to see if a certain model, I'm calling them algorithms, even though technically they're models, but I'm using them interchangeably here. So precision, it says true positives over true positive plus false positives. This gives you how many of the yes responses are truly yes, right? Then you have the recall, which is true positive over true positive plus false negative. So this one, how much of the problematic changes have been caught by the model. And then you have the accuracy, which is the overall result of the model. How many of all the responses of the model are really true? Ideally, you would want all of them to be 1, as high as possible. But in reality, this doesn't happen. So you have to choose which one of those you use, and it's not always this obvious. Why not? When you patrol. So I showed you a little bit earlier the recent changes, the colored recent changes, these ones. In this case, what you want is a high recall. Why? Because it's not a problem if you show the human users a few more changes, and some of those are false. You say they are problematic, but in fact they are not, because the human user will go through them and it will decide it's problematic or not. But when you do automatic reverts, you have to be a little bit more careful than that, because nobody will check your work more often than not. So for automatic reverts, what you want is the overall accuracy to be better. So things are varying depending on the actual use case for that score. There are other metrics such as the F-score, which combines recall and precision, and a few others. But these are the main metrics that were used, I think, for automoderator, right? As far as I know. So this is what I used as well. And we also have one more metric, which is created by me, which is the automation percentage. How much of the work is the bot actually taking? And the automation was defined here as automatic reverts over total reverts, just because it's far easier to count back the total reverts. Ideally, what I would want to have the automation, I think it's a much better way to count it, is auto reverts plus auto patrols, if you have any, over unpatrolled edits, over all the edits that I looked at, right? Because that's what the humans do. They take the recent changes and they look at them. And they have selection criteria such as a patrolled, unpatrolled by somebody else, and so on and so forth. So ideally, the automation would be over the whole unpatrolled edits. But when you look back, it's a little bit simpler to look at the total reverts. So for all intents and purposes, I used automatic reverts over total reverts. And that concludes the technical part. Thank you. Any questions on this part?
The automation score, I need a mic. Shouldn't the automation score also include a metric of kind of the amplification extra work that you get when you have to actually revert one of those edits? In the sense that, you know, okay, I get like 90% automation. It's, oh, cool. Everything is automatic, nearly.
Mhm.
I don't have much job to do apart that only one commit that I have to revert because it was badly done. And so the automation should have another term that say, you know, it's not really 90%. It's 90 minus all the extra work that I got because that single one. If we want like a reliable metric of, okay, does make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yes, it's some extra work, but the idea is that for patrollers, it's usually one click, so it's not maybe that much, you know. But yes, theoretically, yes, you're right. Okay, let's walk through the existing models. There are 3 of them. The oldest one is Ohrid. You might be familiar with it. It was developed 10 years ago. And nowadays, it's considered as legacy and currently being deprecated. In my opinion, it's an unjust evaluation of it, and we'll see why. What it has are customized models per language, and this is a lot of training effort, both for the community and the people maintaining the models. I remember when we trained Ohrid, it was a 2-month effort for something like 6 or 7 people, which patrolled a lot, which checked a lot of reverts. But the results are very similar to the real behavior on that wiki. They are really similar. When I see an Ohrid revert, I can immediately say why it was reverted. This doesn't happen with the other models, and this is only because a human has actually checked that and has said, look, this change is damaging, this change is well-intended or bad faith. And this is the next point. It has several types of scoring. There are more, but the 2 relevant for reverts are damaging and good faith. Often used reversed as bad faith, but really it's the same thing. And it's the one that is currently used in the recent changes. So when I showed you those scores, those colors, this is what it's used. Another good part for it is that it works on revisions. So on the text of a certain revision, which means it covers everything in all the namespaces. The results are not the same everywhere, but it works on pretty much every edit. It was designed to be used by humans, so this is why it optimizes recall. Remember what I said, when you put those changes to a human for evaluation, you want to give him a little bit more, just to make sure that you get as many of the damaging edits as needed. Unfortunately, it's heavily biased against anonymous users and more generally newcomers. So if after a few days on the wiki, you will never be caught by Ohrid. And that's a heavy issue with it. So this is how Ohrid is implemented in Patrocle, the bot I showed you on the Romanian Wikipedia. You have here the damaging score. These are the threshold defined by the Ohrid developers, which optimize recall. We experimentally discovered that a level of score of 0.93 would be the best for us because it would optimize the accuracy. We didn't calculate it, to be honest. I have only an estimate for it, but you know, it helps. But as I said, there is also a good faith score, which is here called bad faith, and this helps. Why? We discovered that when both scores are high, we can go lower with the damaging score, and this gives us an extra few patrols. But this was really a trial and error process, which took a few weeks. We also discovered at the other end of the area that we could patrol these changes with 100% accuracy. I've never had somebody say to me, "Oh, Patrocle patrolled a change and it's wrong. It should have been reverted." Never ever. On the other side, yes, it makes mistakes from time to time, but not at this end. So the idea for me is that while one of the models does a decent job, and we'll see how good it is a bit later, the two models together are very, very, very powerful. And this is something to keep in mind when you're using them. So for patrol, as I said, it's 100%. Revert accuracy, I estimated it at around 97%, but it's an estimate. And the automation level, it's around 7.6% with Ohrid. And yeah, it's a disclaimer there. I'm not 100% of those values, but it's the best I could do. Now, this language agnostic revert risk. We now move to more modern models. This is the one that was involved in auto-moderator. The reason being that it is language agnostic, which means it can be used in all 200 plus Wikipedias out there. And the target accuracy, as far as I could find, was 90%. The downsides are that it uses diffs. So it doesn't touch new pages. It doesn't touch non-articles. And the overall reach, I think it was about 70%. I found it somewhere on Fabricator. And according to its creator, it's biased on purpose against new and anonymous users. That's what it says in the model page. So if you go here, it actually says that. You don't have to take my word for it. I tested that using the same code as for Ohrid. So these are the results for the WMF testing for auto patrol. And for an accuracy over 90%, these are the three values that actually work, basically. So you see the scores here are way higher than for Ohrid, 0.98, 0.985, and 0.99, which means, of course, that the automation levels are very, very, very low, at least in my opinion. The automation levels were derived from the data that you will find on this page, basically the number of reverts over the number of total reverts for a certain wiki. These are true for the Romanian Wikipedia, but I've checked on English and it's about the same, plus minus 0.1 maybe, on other wikis. It might have been affected by local tooling, by the way, because at the same time that the data was collected, Patrocle was already running on the Romanian Wikipedia, which affects the results. So maybe a little bit higher for automation, not too high, I would say. Now, another model which was created by the WMF team, it is considered as an improvement over the language agnostic one, is the multilingual one. It works in 47 languages, covers probably 80–90% of the world's population. The same downsides apply as for the language agnostic one, and it is also slower, but mitigates the bias against new and anonymous users. And this one I'm currently using for my tool, and the patrol precision is still 100% with the same threshold as for Ohrid. The revert accuracy is about the same, with a different threshold though. But the automation level, this is absolutely amazing for us. 22% of all reverts done by the bot is pretty cool. So it uses 0.95 for revert and 0.213, I think, for patrol. But really, the fact that it goes on and patrols a lot of the changes is really helpful for small wikis. Now, when I was developing, when I heard about AutoModerator, I looked at the data that they had at the time and wanted to check it against our wiki. So what I did is I took a lot of changes, basically everything that the recent changes table would give me. I ran all the algorithms with different thresholds. Well, actually the new ones, the language agnostic and the multilingual. And then I asked people to evaluate the results. Because, you know, a manual evaluation is better than an automatic one. And then I did something else. I took other random samples and checked the scores versus the actual reverts. What I found, and this is true for Romanian Wikipedia, again, keep in mind, you would have to do your own research for your own wiki, is that the multilingual models wins every time on every metric. Like, it doesn't matter what you look for, it's always the best. The language agnostic has decent accuracy, but quite poor precision, which in turn means that you have to go with the scores, with the thresholds higher, and this decreases your automation, right? So you have fewer reverts done automatically. And Ohrid damaging by itself is about the same as the language agnostic one. Sometimes it wins, sometimes it loses, depends on what you look at. My feeling is that Ohrid damaging plus the good faith part would be stronger than the language agnostic one. But I'm not really sure how I should measure that, like what threshold to put in place and so on. Okay, so a few, tips for you. Automated reverts are an awesome tool for patrollers. Now, what's missing from this statement? Can anyone tell me? The users, guys. We're talking about patrollers here, and the temptation is high to say, yes, you're automating a lot of work. 1 out of 5 edits is automatically reverted. But what does this do to the users who came on Wikipedia to help, maybe in good faith, and they were reverted just because they didn't, fit the pattern that we usually use? And the answer is we don't really know at this point, right? So I think a lot more research is needed in this area. On the other hand, once you gave the Wikipedians a toy, AutoModerator or a bot, it's hard to take it away, right? So I was aware of that when I wrote Patrocle. I did a few, interviews, I would say, with a few people that were part of our programs at the time, and that were reverted by Patrocle, and they say that they didn't really understand how they could appeal. That was their main problem, Oh, I don't know what I did. What do I do now? And this is why I added in the description a place for complaints, basically. So if you think it's wrong, you have a link in the description which says, go here, leave a message, and so on. Now, about AutoModerator, it's very promising to me. It's very promising, it's very balanced, and more importantly, it's not community maintained. We have a team that will maintain it, but with limited impact. The automation scores that I've seen, and these are, as I said, they seem to be similar in all the wikis, are not impressive. Like when you have less than 5% of automation, this doesn't impress me much. Because patrollers are the hardest kind of person to come up with, the hardest job on Wikipedia, right? So we want to help them as much as possible. I urge all of you to go to Sam and tell him he should use a better model that would increase the automation further, or improve the existing model if possible. And if your community has the technical knowledge, you can try to implement your own solution for now until AutoModerator becomes good enough. If you're interested in Patroclus, we can talk more. I would be interested in moving into other communities if needed. That's about it for me. Questions from you? We are very good on time, actually. Yeah, so we have a question over there.
Thanks. I'm curious. I missed some of the detail on the difference between the language agnostic and the multilingual model.
Okay.
So could you just can you just explain the difference?
Yeah. So the language agnostic is based on, as far as I understand it, I'm not an expert in machine learning, but the way I understand it is the language agnostic algorithm is based on information such as account age, such as certain patterns, deleting too much text, adding too much text, stuff like that. While the multilingual part adds up to those information that is, it understands the language basically. For those 47 languages, it has more data that it uses after the language agnostic part that adds up to the trust that you can put in that score. There is a very nice, on this page, the multilingual part, there is a very nice schema explaining all the steps that it takes to get to the score, and you can see that the language agnostic algorithm is part of it, and then it adds up to it with other information. I don't know if you have more. You want to take on that, Sam?
You're the better person to speak about this. Yeah, I think that about summarizes it. The only other thing I'd say, I think the multilingual model, it basically uses an LLM, I think is right, to do the text analysis. And so that's just the extra data that it has in there. And then that model that's using to do the text analysis only supports these languages, which is why there's a limited number of languages. But yeah, that's the only other context I'd add, I think.
Thank you so much for sharing this and doing the research. I saw your conversations with Diego, who is developing these models back in November on Fabricator and doing all that work. So thank you so much for doing the back and forth with him and helping improve the models and help us understand how they work. A couple of points on my end. One is Diego messaged me and said that I should say that he would be happy to look into adjusting the models for new pages to be able to, because the current model is based on diff.
Yeah.
Which relies on, which then breaks for the new pages that are created. So if that's something that becomes of interest, then let's talk. And yeah, I look forward to see what we can do to support AutoModerator and eventually support you all for the work that you do on the projects. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Hello, I have a question because on Polish Wikipedia we have a flagged revision extension. So is there any connection, for example, because on flagged revision, another person needs to accept it, let's just say. For non-logged users and new users to be visible on Wiki page, basically an experienced user needs to mark it, yeah, it's okay, it can be visible. So my question is it in any way connected to flagged revision, like all of this model, because models can be trained on data from flagged revision. Is there any connection, or basically it's absolutely separated?
That's a very, very, very interesting question. I think that for the modern models, since they use the diffs, it might not work as you expect them with flagged revisions, because you have, say, revision 5, which is published, then you have revision 6, 7, 8, and you are now looking at 8. If it's important that the algorithm decides that the revision 8 is good enough, right? But if it does that by looking with revision 7, it might not work as you expected. You want to look at revision 8 versus revision 5, which was published the last time. So I don't know how that works currently, if it's possible at all. For Ohrid, it should be fairly simpler because it works with the current version only, and you should be able to get a correct score for that, which you can then use to automate the patrol. Yep.
Hi. Do you know if we can use this tool in another wiki than Wikipedia? I mean, a wiki that is not hosted by the foundation?
Which one? Auto-moderator?
A wiki of mine.
Yeah, but which part of it? Like the auto-moderator tool, the models?
Auto-moderator tool, yeah, for example.
So the extension itself, I'm pretty sure it will work, but I'm not sure about the models. So the question was, can we use auto-moderator on other wikis than non-foundation wikis? Well, okay, apparently not. That would be like the least of my problems. Yeah, like. Yeah, so you'd probably have to go all the way and train the model on your data. That is, I think, the main problem. Yes, exactly. But so what you could do is try, see what results you get, and work from that point on. Yeah, sure.
Hi. I have actually two questions, but you can choose to pick just one. The first one is, you said RS added some kind of built-in explainability, and the others, RML and R whatever, don't seem to have it. So is there a way to improve explainability of the model so that the user kind of know why they were reverted? And the second part is RRML and RRLA work differently. So is it possible to do a mixture of both models and have a better accuracy or something?
Yeah. So for the first question, do you want to take one of those? Okay. So for the first question, it's not built into ORES. It's built into the training data because the training data was done by users. And for small wikis just like mine, that means 6 users. And I know all these users, I know how they think, so it's very easy for me to understand what happens. And I'm pretty sure it's very easy for any of the patrollers on my wiki. But I'm not sure about the other wikis. Like if you do the same on English Wikipedia, maybe the wikis would not, the other patrollers would not understand what's going on, right? And I'll leave the second question.
Yeah, so for the second question, I think it goes to Sam's point. So the language, the multilingual model uses large language models. And you're not going to get a lot of benefits by mixing it with the language agnostic model. The language agnostic model is there because we want to be able to serve every single Wikipedia language with some level of patrolling support. But then the multilingual one is the more advanced model that then you just have in specific languages, in I think 47 of them or so right now. And you're not going to gain more based on what we see by mixing it with the agnostic one.
So time for one last question.
So I just had a question that it might be a little outside the scope of this presentation because you're more concerned with the patrolling and such the damaging end. And I'm curious how these have been tuned on the positive end. So not just to consider something in good faith, but when we're evaluating the quality of, say, an entirety of an article in the way that like the Ohrid gadget does to some articles, at least on the English Wikipedia.
As far as I know, they haven't been tuned for article quality, but Yeah, we have separate models, either in development or. I encourage you to go to the machine learning models page on Meta, and you'll find here all the list of what the research team is working on. Okay, thank you very much. We're out of time. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hey, welcome everybody. My name is Elina, and I'm the user researcher and designer for the technical wishes team of Wikimedia Deutschland. And my teammates Adam and Mel from the technical wishes team are here as well. They're gonna help out a little bit later. And I'm so happy to see so many people for this workshop. Our team is building a new function for referencing or for citing sources. And in the workshop today, we want to show this to you and get your feedback on it. So what are we working on exactly? A new way for reusing references with different details. So different details, we mean things like page numbers, for example. And this has been a very long-standing wish, it seems, in the community. We've been able to trace it back to at least 2013, when it was already voted on in the survey of the German technical wishes. And so, as you can see here, we found some examples throughout the years, and it seems that it kept coming back and back. So I think, it's something that still is popular. And I think our team started working on this already in 2016 in the beginning, looking at whether we could solve it, but it's quite a complicated problem actually to solve. But now we're finally close. So that's what this session today is for as well. We want to show it to you and learn from you. So we're very aware that over time, contributors have created their own ways of dealing with these references with different details like page numbers. And we want to kind of learn also from the ways that you have figured out for yourselves that you already solved this problem. And we want to zoom in on how you do it and how our new function might fit or not fit with your current way of work. So that's the aim for today a little bit. So how are we going to do that? First, a small introduction into the problem in our team. Then we want to zoom in on your needs and current solutions for working with these types of references. And then we want to show you the new option that we're working on. And figure out what can we learn from your current methods, and would this new method be something that is suitable for you? Could you see yourself using this, and why or why not? I'm hoping that we can, after the kind of like presentation part of this, we can group together a little bit more in groups and try things out and discuss together to learn from you all. So, that's it. So about technical wishes at Wikimedia Germany. It is a team since 2015. And it was started as a wish list where community members requested specific features or technical solutions. And this was then the team would kind of work to implement and build these types of solutions. But after some time, it was also figured out that, sometimes the best possible solution is not the first solution you come up with. And it might be better to sometimes look a little bit back and try to figure out what is the actual problem that is behind the ask, behind the feature or the solution that people are asking for, and try to understand that so that you can actually find the best possible solution. So that is the kind of structure that we have tried to adopt a little bit more. So in more recent years, we have started to work in focus areas. So the community votes on a focus area that we then kind of dive into, figure out what the problems in it are, and see what we can improve for community members there. And we have done a survey and a different focus area approximately every 2 years in the past years. And currently we are working on a focus area reusing references within articles. So that's what this is part of. And so what is now the specific issue that we're looking at? This is really, you currently can quite easily reuse a reference exactly in Wikipedia, but what if you want to reuse it but with slightly different details? You want to add different page numbers, for example. That's currently not so easy to do. So the basic way to do it is kind of like this. You just create a copy of your reference, and then you change some details about it. So in this case, the page numbers. This is something that is not so easy to do in Visual Editor. It's very difficult to create a copy of a reference and then change the details, because when you change the details, the other reference also changes with it. And so that's why it's not a great solution for most Visual Editor users. And it has some other issues as well. You have a lot of duplicate information. It's difficult that if you find an error, you have to go through all of the references and fix the errors one by one. So yeah, not ideal. And so the community, we found, has come up with a lot of alternative solutions as well. And the ones that we found are used the most are templates. And this is an example of a template on English Wikipedia, which is called SFN, for shortened footnote. And as you can see, the reference here is really short. And it kind of points with this blue link towards another item in the bibliography section or the cited works section, another section in the article. This is used a lot in English Wikipedia, but it's not across all other language wikis as well. And it also has its own issues, particularly also that Visual Editor doesn't really work well with these types of templates either. Another example of a template that we've seen used is this. It's called RP. It's also from English Wikipedia, where users will just create a little extra information behind the footnote number, which gives the page number or some other bit of information that they want to show up there. So these examples are all only looking into books and page numbers. But of course, you can probably figure out a lot of other ways in which you have references that you want to reuse, but just with slightly different details. So a few examples that we have of this. Page numbers in printed text or books, of course. Chapter numbers or names. Article numbers, for example, in laws or treaties. Entries in reference works, like dictionaries or encyclopedias. Paragraph numbers, maybe in handbooks or manuals. And timestamps for video or audio material. And probably many, many more. So this is what I want to ask you right now. We have a poll, which is not working right now, I guess, that we can do. So I have prepared, a poll on Slido. This is a tool where you can log in through the link with the code or by using the QR code. And the idea is that I would love you to give me the ways in which you have different details, that you would like to use the same references but with different details. And if you fill out some things in Slido, please just put one different thing per input field, and you can just add as many as you want. And if you don't want to fill it out, that's also fine. We can just also have go around with the mic after we're done. So let's see. Already some interesting ones showing up. I'm really curious, I don't know who puts pages of a bigger map collection. If the person who said that wants to explain it a little bit. I don't know if we have a mic that we can have for that.
Yeah, in the non-digital world, you still have often several pages, or in German we say Blätter, of map collection. So official maps of a whole country also, and then it's this and this scale and this number of the map, or maybe
it's
often they
not
also have
turned on, I think.
Okay, now it's working.
Perfect.
Shortly repeating. Yeah, in the non-digital version of maps, you often have several pages of files. Yeah, they're sold individually, but they're part of a big collection. In German, we say Blätter, usually.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. That makes sense. And it's interesting to see that yeah, page number is still definitely the biggest one, but there are a lot of different things showing up. Is there someone else that maybe also didn't want to do the poll that still wants to share something, or? Okay, perfect. And I also see. Let's see. What is loco in ebooks? Can someone maybe say something about that? I don't know who put that on. Oh yeah, here. I don't know if there's people also listening online, but otherwise they cannot hear you.
That could be because some ebooks don't have the equivalent of a printed page number, so
yeah,
it's difficult, to cite to tell the reader where to go.
Nice, thanks for sharing. Oh yeah, I'll give it. Okay, thank you all. This is very good for us to see, also to take into account what are all these kind of different types of details that we, people want to work with. And so I have a second question, which is, how are you currently creating these references with different details? So I have created some multiple choice answers, but if the way you do it is not in there, it would be great if you would want to add that to the other category in the poll. And I think I can show the questions on the screen as well, the answers on the screen as well. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not showing up right now on the screen, but I can see the answers rolling in here, so. Always fun, technical difficulties. So maybe I can just make a quick screenshot of the results and put those in the screen. Oh yeah, okay, no, that doesn't work. I cannot change the presentation halfway into the presentation, I guess. Okay, so I see that actually the most chosen answer is copy and pasting the whole reference in Wikitext and then changing some details. So that's kind of the first example that we looked at. And yeah, I would be interested to hear from some of you if you are happy with the method that you have. So are there people who are entirely happy with the method they have for this now and wouldn't want anything to change? I would love to hear from you. Okay, well, that's not many hands. So yeah, this is the results that I just had a little bit before. And I see that there's indeed also some people who use these RP and SFN methods. And there were a few people who filled out something else. Awesome, thanks. So let's continue then. The title of this workshop as well was talking about citation templates. So maybe I want to zoom in a little bit on what I mean exactly when I talk about citation templates. Quick refresher for, I'm sure that everybody here knows what templates are, but yeah, templates are a special type of pages that can be included in other pages, and they are often used as a sort of boilerplate to create kind of like content like info boxes or references or things like that that always follow the same structure. And then they often have some parameters inside that an editor can fill in, and that will then change the information that shows up when the template is used. And we so far have identified two different types of citation templates. So templates that are used for citations. They're either used to style citations or references. So that means just the way they show up, the way they are shown in the article. And there's also these citation templates that generate references. So quickly to show. So the ones that style, the most well-known ones are these that I think in most language wikis, you automatically get these to show up when you click on the citation menu item, also for the source editor. And basically what happens when you click on one of those is it opens the template form and you're automatically creating a template for that is inserted in your page. And so the way that usually looks in the article is something like this. So, and in Wikitext, if you look at such a template, it looks like this. So all templates can be recognized by the double curly brackets at the beginning and the end. But styling templates are placed within reference tags in Wikitext. So they only influence the content of the reference and not the reference itself. And that is in contrast to the templates that generate references, such as this SFN one that we looked at before. So here you see it's just added in the wiki text without ref tags, but it still creates a ref tag, but it does it hidden under the hood. So in the wiki text, you cannot see that it's a ref tag. And this is also part of why Visual Editor is struggling with it so much. It can just not get all the information out of it properly currently. So this is usually what you see in the Visual Editor when you click on such a footnote. Normally you would see here all the information about the reference, but here you can just see that it's generated by SFN, and then you can click into it and just only edit it here. Yeah, so then I'm also really curious. We figured out through research that we did before that in different languages there are so many different templates. And yeah, I'm really curious to hear if there's other templates that you use in your language wiki for citations that yeah, we might not be aware of. So this is the last poll that I have right now. So the question is, what templates do you use for creating references? And what do you like and dislike about those templates? Yeah, if I take a screenshot, it will still not show up unless you stop the presentation and restart it again. Should I do it? Okay. Let's give it a try. So So I have a screenshots of some of these. Okay, I have a few screenshots. Oh, it's working now. Okay, so yeah, we see a lot of templates from the site. The CS1 family is these kind of references that are used most standard: site, web, news, book, etc. And I also was already looking at someone saying I just use automatic references, which is, I think, the best answer, because ideally, I think everybody would want to do that most of the time. Yeah, automatic reference just chooses a template for you right now. So thanks. I see still a few answers coming in, but I'm also very curious about the plus and minus points. Is this working? No. So, well, I also have a beautiful word cloud for what you like about them, where use and easy. Yes. Perfect. Yeah. Easy to use is, I think, the most important. And yeah. What is Pita? Who wrote Pita? Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. What you like about them is that they got switched up, maybe, yeah. And what we dislike is also parameters. Does someone want to explain maybe a little bit what they don't like about parameters? Oh yeah, they mostly are about about that. Yeah, so it's that too many options, documentation outdated. They don't work well in Visual Editor. Too many fields, very complex, difficult to set up. Yeah. Languages is maybe also that templates don't really. Can be used properly in different languages. Like every language has to create their own templates separately from each other, sadly. No support in VE. Yeah, these all sound very, very recognizable and logical as well. Okay, thanks for sharing, everyone. This is really helpful for us to kind of understand also, the struggles of the editors. So I would then, let's see, want to go, oops, I go too fast, to show you a little demo of what we're working on right now. And my lovely assistant Adam is gonna do that. Yeah? So this is something that's available on the beta cluster right now, which is kind of a very empty version of the English Wikipedia that doesn't contain all the user-generated content and also not all the templates, etc. It's all not there, but it is a good place to test out new features before they are released onto the real-life wikis. And so what we see here is an example page, where you see just a normal footnote number 1 up there. Oh, hovering, not clicking. Yeah, which is for a book. Here you can see it's by someone called Ali. And the second reference, a little bit down on the page, is a reference number 1.1 right now. So if you hover over that, it shows the same book, but it also shows some additional information in the bottom there, page 400 in this case. And if we go to the reference list, in the bottom of the article, you can see that it is now kind of displayed in a nested fashion. So this is an example with only page numbers again in it, but you can just put any content that you want into those 1.1, 1.2 references. So how do you do that? That's what Adam is going to show us in Wikitext real quick. Yes, maybe you can do the highlighter and the preview, or is the preview making it too small? No. Yeah, so the first reference is a normal reference with the site book template inside. And you can see it has been given a name, Ali. And then if you scroll a little bit down in the wiki text, you can see the second reference is ref, not name is Ali, but extends is Ali. So extends is a new attribute that we have added to the wiki text so that you can kind of borrow another reference and just add some new information to it. So that's the information that is between the ref text that is then added in the bottom of the Ali reference. Yeah, like that. And we also have a very basic visual editor implementation now because yeah, whatever new we will want to introduce, we want to make sure that it is equally usable by wiki text editors and visual editors. We don't want to make things more painful than they already are. So currently we only have one way to add them, kind of like a basic way to make sure that technically it works. But we already got a lot of good user feedback, so we will be improving this a lot. So currently there's an extra tab there, which says extends, where you can just look through all the references that are in the article, click on one, and write your extra information that you want to add to it. And yeah, so now you have added reference 1.3. Oh, 3.1, sorry, to the text. So that's a very quick, basic demo of this. And what I would like to do next is to yeah, give everybody the opportunity to play around with this a little bit themselves and kind of reflect on, is this, yeah, how does this compare to my current way of work? So if we can go back to the presentation. Yeah. There are some example pages on the beta cluster, which you can find by scanning this QR code or going to the URL or the short URL. And these are just a few pages we've prepared that are normal articles without this new option for referencing in them. And in the bottom of the list, there's two that are already have the examples in it. So the example we just looked at is in there as well. So you can use that to try around and to give it a try. Sadly, the beta cluster is not working very well on mobile for visual editor right now. So that's also why I think it might be nice if the people in the room could group up a little bit. I don't know if there's a few people with laptops, but to kind of like look together and give it a try. And I prepared a few questions that I hope people want to think about together and discuss. And so we have about 30-ish minutes to kind of look at it later and then yeah, come together and discuss a little bit in the end. So these are the questions real quick, and then I'll address your question. So do you think this new option can work for you? What are pros and cons compared to your current way of reusing references with different details? In what ways does it not fit with your current way of working? And do you think we need new or updated templates for this new option? And if so, what should those templates do? And for those templates, you might even get to the point where you have an idea of what you want a template to do. And then you can maybe wave over Adam, because he can also help out, try to create a short, simple version of a template in the beta cluster, so you can actually try out for yourself yeah, whether your idea for a template makes sense. So that's what I would like us to do next, but we have a question. Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is,
from what I see, it's just as at the moment a simple text extension. So the tag just adds the text, which leaves the original thing in a place, which is for the beginning a very nice thing. I understand that it works for any template because it's just a part of the ref tag. Yeah. So, have you thought about the idea of putting a field name in this extension that will replace the thing that's in the original? So, for example, if you put in an extended tag name of the field that it's already in the template, so it will be displayed with this field replaced with the extended thing. So I know it's maybe not for the beginning, but some future
thanks for asking. I'm not sure whether I'm following fully. I don't know, Adam, if you get it and if you have an answer to it, because we have
let's say we have a site extension with one of the parameters is page.
Yeah.
Yep. So I put in this extend tag or whatever it would be parameter which says page equals and this replaces the original page, because at the moment we have a template. It says referenced to page whatever, I don't know, 500, and then as an extended says but also page 600.
I thank you. I understand now, and I think one of the difficulties here is that the template that you use normally, where you put the page numbers in the main reference, you can't really access that from the sub reference currently, right? Do I get that right?
Yeah, I can, exactly. I think you're both on the right track here. I'm Adam, one of the developers for this, and I think that might be slightly simpler for one special case of books, but I think that the mechanism to do that would make the whole experience inconsistent, and we definitely didn't want to start with something like this, because there seem to be a huge number of use cases that might even turn the whole thing around. Like you might just say, this collection of books, and then in the sub-reference, it's actually the whole book reference. So just the variety of different ways you might want to use it mean that we couldn't hard-code something like page in. And although I think what you're suggesting, I can imagine this, it's that's also just assuming that there is a field for that in the parent reference.
Yeah, I know it's not easy, absolutely, but just an idea that came to my mind, that because that could open it to many more use cases, probably that we don't even think about right now.
Okay.
It works. Okay. I really dislike writing the same reference over and over again. So on the French Wikipedia, we have a template which we put a Wikidata ID, and then it creates everything properly once, and then it's reused on all article. And did you test a template like that, which are dynamic with Wikidata, with your system? Does it work? When we have templates which are generated, like if I make a change on Wikidata, all the pages on Wikipedia will have the new information immediately. Does it work with your system, or does that break the existing templates which are relying on Wikidata for references? Because we have a lot of scientific articles on Wikidata. So
yeah, perfect. I think Adam can answer this best.
Sure. So yes, it will work with this, but the way it would work is that the top level, the normal reference, would be the Wikidata generated reference that you're talking about, and then you would have the detailed sub-references, would just say page 1, 2, 3. So basically nothing changes about the main reference, but you're attaching more references to it. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, we had one more question here, but maybe we can Also, if it's not necessary to do it for everybody, we could also just have people group up a little bit and give it all a try, and we can walk around. Yeah.
I noticed in the example you showed previously that it's currently listed on the one column, and there is a huge blank space on the right.
Yeah.
But on the Wikipedia in French, traditionally, we sometimes do separate groups for one big publications, one big reference used massively. into the article, and then we use Harvard type of reference without the parentheses, and then we make a lot of columns that can adjust according to the size of the browser. And can you do that?
Yeah. So the same way that normal reference lists do that, this can also do that. So you can make 2 columns or 5 columns or however many you are used to making.
Will
in
it
your
be
reference
automatic
list.
or will it be
You
some
can just
parameter?
use your normal. I think. Do you use like a responsive in your references attribute or in your references tag in the ref
No,
list?
it's just inside the group to display references. There are additional models for reference groups, which have a parameter for example, 25 EN or things like that.
Yeah, I think that will work, right? I'm looking at Adam just briefly, but that's supposed to just work as normal. Yeah.
I don't have too much to add other than to say that the sub-references are normal references, so they work all the same way. You can organize them however you'd like. The big difference is that the sub-references will appear just under the parent reference. That's the only thing we've really done that would be hard to undo. If you don't want the indentation, that can be done with CSS if you want. If you want to change the numbering, that would be a little bit deeper, but doable. But if you're okay with it saying, reference 2 is your book, and then 2.1, 2.2, then you can do everything the same way it's done now. That was kind of, it goes back to the first question, that it's done in a very generic way. So you should be able to apply everything you do with refs and ref lists now to these.
Yeah, thanks. And so maybe we can just all give it a try, and Adam and Mel and I can just walk around and help you with any further questions that you have. So it would be great if you could think and reflect on these questions or whatever else you feel about functionality. And there's another, if you want to, you can also fill out your answers in the Slido. There is one new kind of Slido survey where you can put things in, but I would love us to maybe group together at the end and listen a little bit to what the people's findings are. So, should we move chairs a little bit together, or would everybody rather work alone? Okay. Let me know if there are any questions. Yeah.
Basically, this is the free text. So
So, yeah. So thank you, everybody. Very interesting conversations here in the room and ideas from people. I was really hoping that from the people who are here still, if you would like to share a little bit about what you think about it now you've looked at it a little bit, and if you can see yourself using it, or if not, why not? Do we have someone that maybe wants to say something on mic about this? Mel is part of the team.
Sorry, I didn't realize it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like the experience. I think some things would have to change in the way I usually work with references, but in a good way. So I have been sometimes using references in the bottom, inside the references tag. And if I want to, in some of the cases, as we were chatting earlier, I would be required to do that. So it probably would be a bit uncomfortable at first, because usually the other, like the inline references, are the usual way of doing things. Yeah. But it's nothing that I hadn't done before, so I would be...
Yeah, that's not something that you are principally against or anything, no. Yeah.
It's just uncomfortable with change, as usual.
And that's definitely, I can really get that. Don't know if someone else has something that, a thought that they would like to share on what they think of it?
Yeah. I really like it. I know this is not an easy thing to do. I think I really like how intuitive it is for the readers with the nesting in the references section. I think that makes it clearer than the existing solutions. I think, and the fact that it works with Visual Editor as well, which there are existing solutions using templates and things, but they don't work particularly well with Visual Editor. This does. Obviously, there's a few hiccups and unintuitive things. But yeah, I'm excited to see this and how much much it gets adopted, because there's already many referencing systems, at least on English Wikipedia, where I do most of my work. But I think the advantages this brings means hopefully people will start to use it as well.
Great, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, and other wikis that don't have the templates already will be starting fresh and be able to use this.
Thanks.
Yes, I liked it, but I would have some question on localization or translation. Do you already have a solution for that, or how will that work for other language versions than the big ones?
Yeah. So do you mean the language for it in the visual editor view, or in the wiki text as well?
Well, in general, will it need to be translated if your interface is in Portuguese or French?
Probably Adam can answer this better than me, but he's busy, so I'll give it a go. But typically, when a new text is created in the user interfaces of the MediaWiki software, it shows up in English first, but the local communities immediately start translating those messages into all the local languages.
My question is just, will it be fully integrated, or like the citation tool, where it's really tricky to localize?
Okay. Maybe Adam, can you we have a question about how localization will work for this, because the citation tool is tricky to kind of like translate into all other languages. Do you have maybe something you can say about that? On the microphone. Here.
Hello. Thank you. I think I don't quite understand the question though, because the citation tool, it is tricky to localize into each language, but it can be done with On-Wiki configuration. So there's, if you look at MediaWiki.org visual editor citation tool, there's an explanation of how to localize that tool into each language. And the main things that you localize are the name that shows up, so website, book, but in the correct language, and then the template name. And so then in English that would be site book, or in German Literatur or something like this. But so that's all specific though to the citation tool, but it doesn't actually interact with sub-references at all. So that's where I think I'm losing the point of your question. Were you wondering about how to localize the sub-reference feature?
Yes, it was just a question whether that would need additional localization as well.
I think we left it generic enough that it shouldn't need localization. The one bit that's, okay, there are two bits that might need some localization, sorry. One is that the attribute is called extends English word, and we do think it might be confusing in other languages especially. But the second bit that people see that might need to be localized is that we have these numbers, 1.1. And in other languages, you would need a different separator, not a dot, but a comma or other characters. You might not have 1.1, but you'd have other digits. But I think that's all there is to localize.
Well, of course, also the UI text, huh? The text in the reference previews, the text in the visual editor, in the menu items that are related to sub-references. But that is all kind of done through the normal localization process with volunteer
Translate
translators,
Wiki.
right? Yeah, Translate Wiki, yeah. Is
Well, yes, I think I got it.
Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know if anyone else still would want to share their thoughts on it. And yeah, specifically, also, we were looking a little bit at templates as well. Do you think we need new templates or updated templates for this? You can also say something else if you wanted to say something else, of course.
I was just going to ask, when you mentioned localization of the ways that like the point, the separators and things, is this something that you're already planning, or because I would, and if so, would it be like configurable per page, like as additional attributes, or by the wiki, or in MediaWiki itself, or the extension, or how would, because it would be nice for the editor to be able to, in this page I want to use 1A, 1B, but in other page use 1.1, 1.2, and I was wondering if this would connect with what you were saying about.
Yeah, so probably the best person to answer isn't here. It's our product manager, Lina Fahid. But currently we know that we have to change the digits and we have to change the separator. The first step, the most basic plan would be that's per language. Not even per wiki, but per language. It could be possible to add the extra customization, but I think we need a pretty good reason to. And I can imagine other things might be interesting, like it would be possible to say your main book is reference 1, and then instead of using 1.1, 1.2, instead you say just 1, 2, 3, and you don't even indent, you just keep them together. But we're not planning that right now. It's just kind of possibilities that we've considered. But the way that Cite, the extension that does the references, the way that it creates Greek letters and alphabetic letters and things like this is actually something that we're talking to the Parsoid team about right now, because there are two different ways that happens. One is with CSS and the other is with I18N, the translation messages. And if you go in there, you actually see a list A, B, C, and then it goes A, B, and neither of those is really ideal. So we're trying to just get a single mechanism. But no, currently we don't see a need to make the sub-references customizable.
Or maybe
Too
there is
scary.
a need, but there are so many different things and elements on this that could be improved and built out. And it's also about ruthless prioritization at some point. So what are the things that will give the most value to the biggest group of people? And that is the first focus right now before we really release it on the wiki, to make sure that it works well enough so that people can actually really start using it, see if they even want to use it, and start kind of hopefully improving little by little from there as well, if it catches on. So that's what's to see. So yeah, let's maybe just wrap it up. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time and interest and interesting questions and suggestions that you've given us. Oh, sorry, you want to? Oh yeah, so the Slido. Yeah, I can still. No, it should still work, the Slido. So you can still. Let's see if I can pull up the. I can give you the here. The link to the Slido. It would be great if you indeed still have some thoughts that you want to put in the survey for us. It's really helpful for us to get all that feedback. And of course, you can also always find me around here. There's some more information on the meta page about this project if you are interested in that, and you are always allowed to email me if you have more questions or suggestions. So that was it. Thank you, everybody.